Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some Galaxy Princess Zorana. Everyone's having a good day so far, everyone's having a good one. As I said last week, I'm going to be playing a little bit of this here and there, just because I really like Long Live the Queen, and this game is a massive scale up on that. From the same developers, so know that I also, with the fact that I helped participate in the Kickstarter, doesn't make me anything special, just means I put money towards a project that I thought was worth it. Here I am playing the shit out of it and trying to figure out how to best get endings. There's been some updates to it. I need to see, do they actually have, like, logs for the changes they keep making? Because I'm curious. Yeah, there seems to be update notes here. Okay, so let's see. Alright, there's a new one. Let me have a little look-see at this. I'm curious. New feature. If you have a culture and they have a media scale of or more, you can use a social action to get some information about how Zorana's actions are viewed by the Empire. Interesting. New scene, balance adjustment, new approval fix for a couple of quests that might give you a reputation for being clever. Balance adjustment. Cool. Okay, nothing too extreme. Got it. Alright. Well, let's start a run then. Oh, let's see what we get. What do I want to try and do? I don't know. Hey, Devil, how's it going? I can see K's. Oh yeah, it's because I turned them on yesterday and I haven't turned them off. Genuinely, it's literally, I could just go press a button and turn them off. I've just left them on. Where is the add-ons? That one. Yeah. So I'll just leave them on. Because it's funny. To be fair, I could also toggle on a cat tail, but you can't fucking see shit for that. Feeling catty today? Yeah, exactly. Alright, what do I want to do? Ugh. So, indulgent, bold, or negative? Also, are these still highlight? Ooh, gotta be careful with that. Layering UI, but still having the old UI interactable is always a concern. Bold? You wanna do bold? Bold equals bold. If we're doing that, how do I want to handle things? Because that's military-esque in my experience. UI layers seem like a common problem in these types of games. It's very much an easy oversight that it's not per se a bad thing, it's just it comes into that category of if you can have it not be the case, then it's best to not be the case. But if the systems that you're using and the architecture you're using don't easily allow for that to be kind of like voided out, I get it. It's just, I will definitely always say that like in my personal experience, in my personal opinion, if you have UI, you should only have the UI that's at the top per se relevant, unless they're supposed to be designed to be put together. This is clearly not, because you're not really able to see the choices while this is up. So it kind of indicates to me that you're not supposed to be interacting with the UI while this is up. It's very clearly just an overlay effect. Anyway. It's again, it's one of those, like, I don't blame them if they don't change something about it, but, like, I also, if it's possible, I would consider it as probably a thing that would be wanting to be changed. That's what I believe to it, anyway. Is this game using Rimpy? Yes. Yes, I believe it is. Yeah. There you go. Your exact specification stuff there. So I know they're also they also either are intending to or have already gone back to Long Live the Queen with an updated engine stuff. I know they talked about that at one point as well. It didn't sound like they were going to be adding content, it just sounded like they were updating the game to a modern thing, which should just help with like occasional bugs and performance issues, right? Okay, if I'm doing bold, kind of militaristic plays, what I'll try for then do I want you? Because if I don't take her protection, we get the storyline relative to there being that woman gets more attention to things. Been watching Dexter recently, so I might give you a lot of kill them off ideas. Hell yeah. Dude, it's been so long since I watched Dexter. I watched that... Yeah, no, that was a while ago now, actually, that I watched that. Watched that shit on TV. It's because isn't there, like, a new season or something coming out for it? If I recall correctly. Dexter Resurrection, yeah, that's it. Something like that. I remember hearing about that because everyone's laughing their fucking heads off because, like, it's, oh, you, with actors these days, you typically have to use CGI to, like, deal with their aging stuff, whereas, like, the actor for Dexter has just not aged pretty much at all since he did the original. Like, his age just looks the same. And it's fucking wild. It's been decades, right? Do I want to interact with... I don't think we care. I think it's probably better to have her killed off. He does look older, but they also moved the show along in time. Yeah, but he doesn't look like that much older. He just looks... Again, he has aged very well. He's an incredibly good-looking guy, and he is not aged. Like, he's maintained that beauty. So, I gotta give the man credit. Okay, so we need to think about this. We're gonna be around bold a lot with our mood. So, Determined and Daredevil are easily the two ones that we're gonna be focusing on a lot. Just kind of annoying here. So we can do engineering easily. We can do body control easily. We can kind of... because I'm thinking we're gonna probably want to do, like, engineering, domination, gunnery, but obviously we're still gonna want to get interaction going pretty well. And we're gonna want a little bit of emotion, I guess. Cat is stay on during Zorana. Everyone's commenting on that. I'm just like, I'm lazy. I left them on, and it's funny. We'll see how long it sticks for. But yeah, how you doing, Swede? Hope all's well. What if you do this? Alright, this is when that lady dies. Tempest. Fuck it. Who's she working for? She's a Smari, she's a member of the harem. In the private room, got the codes, yada yada yada. Interesting. So she was supposedly alongside Zolt. So when he goes for thing, interesting. She clearly is power hungry, that concubine. How am I? You know, I don't have a good answer for that one today. Yeah. That's, yeah. Alright, let's go say hello to Tempest. Take your hawk to the arena to fly, watching swoop and dive, sense of freedom stirs your heart. Okay, let's stick with determined for the moment. Okay, so... blah, 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 blah. Alright. So I want at least... Yeah, I'll just double do etiquette this turn, I think. Get 20 into etiquette. So we can have that going for us and then kind of maintain course a little bit while we do like enough etiquette to bring it up to like 40, 50. Then we'll try and do a little bit in these while we're also working on all the rest of this stuff. I think, honestly, we might just try and stick with these mood points that we have currently with Determined. You know what? I could probably do one or two turns while I'm doing stuff, swapping between Determined and Bold, if I can, to try and get some spaceships done, mainly specifically for operations. It can wait for now. I don't really give a shit about that storyline part right this moment. Oh yeah, these two. Do I want to change my answer this time around? What would I benefit from these two? If I... At this point in time, I don't know what happens if I change this. Do we go with Nerd Girl? Do we go with the other guy? Or do we say both or neither? No love, only kill. You know what? Sure. Let's go with neither of them. I actually like the idea of trying that out and just focus on being militaristic. Your internet's terrible today. That is always shitty, Sweeb. I hate that feeling. No, you know what's the worst with internet? And I think everyone can agree. Having no internet sucks, but like you can live with it. Having good internet, there's all things that... Having internet but bad is one of the most aggravating experiences in the modern day. Because it's like, you can do stuff, but you do it slow or badly. And it's beyond frustrating. This doesn't get negative by bold, so I might just swap to bold quickly here. Okay, I've got a lot to do here if I go here. So this guy, these people here fucking hate me. So this one's a fucking rough time. Okay, so this is about the brother. Glad he's gone. We don't care about anyone. We're fucking evil. Again, I'm gonna be like going fast through a bit of this because a lot of this is stuff we've seen. There's a server problem. I connected to Australia with a VPN and it's got a lot better. Yikes, that's annoying when that's the case. I know that feeling very, very well. Okay, so this guy fucking hates me. This kid doesn't like me. Is this the... And then I start a blasting playthrough. We're gonna try and see what happens. I can't be honest, yeah. So he doesn't like me, but I can make him like me by basically getting locked in a dungeon. Most of the people here don't like me because of this guy. Because he's gonna try and run for my, the thing as well. This guy doesn't like me. Alright. I can fix him. Okay, so these two. Do I benefit from having these two come in? That sounds really mean to say, but do I actually benefit from these two? I actually don't think I do. Like, I can basically, it means I can get some basic ministers early. And I can get some training done with them, because it means I can just get some quick extra stats. I might actually just straight up see what happens if I do that. I can't right now. I want to see what happens if I go super solitary this playthrough. Requesting and you rejected the offer. That's right. She know that. She listened to him call. Well, she's a thresher. It's probably her job. Do you consider either of them to be a security threat? Should we investigate them in more detail or put protections in place to prevent further contact? What? No, they're my friends. I need to focus more on government and study right now, that's all. Very commendable. Do let me know if anyone tries to make inappropriate inroads on your time. Right, of course. That's a new one. Okay, so that's what happens if we deny them. Close connection. Huh! That's unique. She may have been relying solely on natural conception, however, while others might agree or disagree with her position, it's not a secret, not a scandal. Damn, I thought she had blackmail. I guess I'm wrong. Alright. I'm gonna negotiate with this guy and see where we get. If you're happy with make that promise, count on your supporters. If you're not satisfied yet, then I should be Empress, then I want to know if there's anything I can do to make your mind different. Ah, I see. Thanks for splitting. To prove yourself worthy of becoming Empress, you must seek the blessing of death. You want me to make an offering at the temple to seek divination? Not through the temple, through me. You must come to Andro, to my holding on the edge of the Dragon Jungle and carry out a ritual of devotion. What sort of ritual? It's a sacred mystery. You cannot know what the test is until you face it. The fantasy is invented and an excuse to dress up robes and pretend to be important. At worst, it's heresy. If you survive the ritual, I will know that you have been chosen. Survive. You must gaze into the face of death without flinching. He has to claim that you could die, otherwise it wouldn't count as you facing death. Call me when you're ready to pass the gauntlet. Alright. I'm gonna try and do this. I think I have everything I need for it. I think, in fact, I might actually fuck it up because I have too much of some stuff. We'll see how it goes. In order to win the approval of the Elector, Clovis wishes you to meet with him on the edge of the dark jungle in the dead of night to carry out an unknown ritual and come to contact with death. You have no idea what he's planning, but you can't imagine the High Pontifex would approve an Imperial princess supporting his fantasies, even if they're harmless. It is superstition, heresy, or blasphemy. Could the gods themselves take offense, or are you overreacting? It's natural for a child his age to want to feel important, to desire a sign from the heavens. Perhaps he only wishes for you to pray together. But are you sure you want to do this? Meet with him. You may as well find out what he wants. After receiving directions, you take a flyer down to the surface, land in the clearing pad, in the property. From there, it will still take a good portion of an hour to walk to the location you specified. The sky's dark, cloudy, and the path is rough. Tree roots snake unexpectedly across the trail, and the damp plant matter, moss, sways from branches above, brushing against your cheek like cold fingers. The air is filled with the hissing and clicking of unseen insects. At last, you find it. Not the crumbling ruin of ancient stone you may have imagined, but an intact chapel, or possibly a tomb. Solid walls, crisscrossed glass windows, and an arched doorway through which you can see the glimmering candles. And Krovos.
Are you ready to face death?
What do I have to do? He beckons you into the chapel. There are 2 items on a stone table. A glass pitcher filled of grey slices floating in liquid, and a black leather gauntlet. Perhaps it's only the flickering candlelight, but the fingers in the gauntlet appear to twitch of their own accord.
You must infuse your brain to reach a state where death can speak freely to you. There are 2 paths. One is more painful than the other.
He points the glove.
Put your hand inside, and the hypno hands will sting you with their venom. If you can withstand the pain for 7 splints, you will be enlightened. If you break and pull your hand out, you fail.
And so that glove really is twitching. He points it to the pitcher.
Mushroom tea, the easy path, will open your eyes to the unseen.
Many people do use mushrooms to enter an altered state, but they can make you sick. And if they're the wrong mushrooms, they can do worse than make you sick. Unfortunately, you do not know how to tell the mushrooms from one another. That's the cook's job, not yours. You can't see any medical equipment here. If something goes wrong, you'll have to summon help from the palace, and it won't arrive quickly. Groves keeps implying that you could die here. This choice may be dangerous. Does he only want to scare you? Does he want you to prove that you're not afraid? What is the right choice? I'ma drink the mushroom tea. You look uneasy at the pitcher of tea. Grey chunks of fungal matter hang suspended in the liquid like decaying flesh. The smell reminds you of a dead rodent found wedged under the bed of one of the girls at school. Nothing about this is pleasant. Should I drink it out of the pitcher or?
Oh, I forgot the cup.
He reaches behind the table. You almost expect him to produce a skull for a mug, but instead he holds something black and lumpy. A potter's mistake. He pours off some of the liquid and hands it to you. Sealing yourself, you gulp the liquid down. The less said about the experience, the better.
Now we wait for the effect.
Your stomach clenches uncomfortably. You hope it's just nerves. Splits pass, your head spins. You worry that you might be sick, all over Crow's feet, but before you can decide what to do about that, you find yourself yawning. You can't fall asleep now. You have to fight it. The candles dance at the edges of your vision. In the shadows, you can see hints of color, unnatural colors. Half green, half purple, half diamond, half octarine, and you slap your hands to the side of your head, trying to push through your thoughts back inside focus.
You are ready. You are now ready to meet death.
Somewhat disorientated, you allow Clovis to guide you around the stone table to the darkness at the back of the chapel. Clovis bends down to take hold of a large metal ring and pull open a trapdoor.
The altar is down there.
This building doesn't have look large enough to have a whole temple hidden beneath it, but who knows how it was designed. You step cautiously forward, expecting a staircase leading down. Ah! But it's just a hole. You drop straight down a couple of cubits, landing hard on your feet and smashing your face against a dirt wall.
Duck your head.
Is there a tunnel here that you have to crawl through? Confused, you bend over slightly, and he closes the trapdoor overhead.
Hey!
You bang and shove at the trapdoor as best you can, though you are not in any condition at the moment to use your full strength.
Let me out!
Clovis doesn't answer. It's not that he can't hear you. Of course he can. You can hear him. He's chanting to himself, calling out words you cannot understand. Words that burble and rasp and pop and mean absolutely nothing to you. There's not a speck of light down here in the hole. The darkness should be impenetrable, but in the state you're in, your vision is already giving way to false colors. Your mind tries to fill in the outlines of the rooms and places you've been before, even though your hands feel nothing but mud.
I command you to release me!
The chanting fades away. You wait, hoping that the trapdoor will open, but nothing. Is he just leaving you here? You're trapped in a tiny hole in the dark, with dirt pressing in all around you. You could die here, and no one would find you. You're already buried. Is this how you meet your death? Stay calm. You have to stay calm. Breathe so slowly, don't panic. Right now, you're only in danger from yourself. He's a little boy. He's not that patient. If you wait, he'll come back to check on you. He'll want to see the effect of his little prank he has had. When he comes back, you can make your move. You wrap yourself into a little ball, squeeze your eyes shut. The blackness feels less intrusive if you're deliberately choosing not to look. Slow, deep breaths. You don't know how long you'll be down here. You need to be as comfortable as possible while still staying awake. It's funny. Life as princess has never given you much of experience with patience or boredom. Even when you weren't here, you were always busy. You've certainly heard of meditation, but you could never imagine actually practicing it. There were always far more important or exciting things to do. Well, you're a smart girl, with a knack for picking up skills, aren't you? Maybe now is the time to start practicing. You have no idea how much time passes while you're lost inside your thoughts. At some point, you hear a creaking noise, but you don't react immediately. Doesn't yet seem important. But then you hear Clovis's voice, choked and stammering.
You're chosen.
You open your eyes. For the first time, you can clearly see the rough dirt walls of the hole you have been placed inside. You can see them clearly, because your entire body is radiating light. This seems like it should mean something very important, but between fear and pain and poison and trance, you can't really put your thoughts together.
You have met death and been blessed. You will usher in the power of destruction that will change the galaxy. And I will be your left-hand servant. I will pledge my death to you. Anything you need, ask for it.
You lick your lips, trying to remember how to form words. I want to go home.
I will help you.
Which is good. because you're probably gonna need some assistance to climb out of this hole, as weak and strange as you feel. You're not sure what else you've gained with his loyalty, but you're certain now that you have his vote. Yay, I got a vote! Whoa! All that to get a fucking vote. Oh my god, this game's so it's so silly. If only real elections were like this. I don't know if that would be a good thing. Alright, we've received a message from the Star Admiral. However, the creature like that appeared anywhere within the Empire would probably be taken as a bad omen. Take up position. So there you go, we got a vote by getting locked in a basement and glowing. If you thought these elections were boring, clearly you weren't in the right area. Yeah, we need to do this in real life. Just lock the fucking politicians in basements until they start glowing, and then we can know that the chosen one. Alright, let's try this. This is how they chose the Pope. That actually makes way more sense than it should. I'm not gonna get your vote, I'm not gonna get your vote, I'm not gonna get your vote, I'm not gonna get your vote. I think I can get her vote, but I'm not sure. Request audience. Alright, so this is the first time we're actually gonna be able to see the thing. Oh, there's new stuff for this. Lower their eyes and the priest enters and step away without speaking. Is not dedicated to the service of a single deity, but presides over the Myrakian faith in general. Or Myrakian faith. She may officiate or instruct at any temple if she chooses. That is why her title is Her All Holiness. This is, in essence, the divine leader of the Empire. If you take the throne, you might be able to approach her as an equal, but at this point in time, she clearly outranks you, and you're expected to lower yourself. There is a part of my brain that's like, but this would be funny. How many people have the right to vote? I think it's like 30 total. I don't think I've got... I'm probably gonna need, like, menace and stuff like that for this. I feel. I want to try it, but I'm not confident enough. I want to keep her on my good side. I am bold, though. Maybe I could get away with it. You'll need to stand tall in the face of anyone that opposes. Strength be with you, and also with you. I've come here to request your support and your blessing for me to succeed my father to the celestial throne as he wished. Will you join the celestial ministry as my spiritual advisor?
You reach for a crown of stars, but the blood and the soul of the Moroccan people lie here. A upon the stones, older than empire, older than flight. Half of your blood is foreign, but you were raised and educated here on Kerdro, correct? Yes, at the Ishinka Academy. And where is your faith? Where is your soul? Do you offer your tears to Gamajun for wisdom? Or do you dance for your mother's good lady? I don't know all the names of the Novan goddesses, so which of them might be titled the good lady? Your mother certainly never passed any faith on you. You were raised with the faith, but you can be described as devout. Religion has never been a major priority. Damn it! I was hoping that I was going to be higher for it. I'm Moroccan, not Novan. However, it takes hold of your chin and stares deeply into your eyes. Your faith is shallow, weak, untested. It takes a step back, regarding you impassively. Princess Zorana, as Empress, I would often fall to you to enforce the law should other channels prove insufficient. As you should already know, pledging oneself to the priesthood is a bond for life. Like marriage, it cannot be undone. What would you do if you were presented with a priest who had tried to flee his duty and disappeared back into a civilian life? What remedy would you propose? The official answer, of course, is that the errant priest must be executed, sacrificed if possible, so that their life is offered as an apology to the gods they have offended. What does she want from you? Does she want to hear that you are ruthless, or does she want to judge how clever you can be? The priest should be killed. The priest should know better than to defy the gods. If one tries to break their vow, then their life is forfeit. They should be put to death. So you value honor. She falls in silent contemplation. You are young, and your path is uncertain. You must seek a sign of favor from the gods. How do I do that? I will give you a dispensation to enter into a ritual starfall match. We will see which direction fortune's blades will slice. Starfall is a popular sport among Moroccans, but quite rough. Star-tip javelins are thrown from player to player along the length of a field to reach the goal. A player holding a spear may not run, but must quickly slice and throw the star to a teammate. There is an exception. Any player who is pierced by a falling star is allowed to run the spear, still driven into their body. Striking one of your teammates in this way also scores an immediate point, even if the blow turns out to be fatal. Professional Starfall players are highly paid and have legions of screaming followers, but they all know that every match might be their last. In the ritual temple matches, the game cannot end until blood is shed. Deliberately catching a star to score points for your chosen deity is considered highly admirable, and anyone who dies is celebrated as a hero. Your academy put you all on the field once or twice as part of your regular exercise routine, but with the star replaced with a puffball and so many special safety rules that not even a nose was broken. There's no preparation for a serious match. And for the deeper strategy of the game, you have no clue. Test your fate, and then return to me. Thank you, your holiness. It's a dangerous task, but the support of the High Pontifex could be very influential amongst Moroccan nobles. How badly do you want it? Can't tell how she feels about you. So now I need to do that quest. That's a rough quest to do. I'll make my decision on time. I do not currently know which to pledge. Is there anything I could do to help that reach the decision? Are you trying to sway my vote with a bribe? I don't have good interaction. Absolutely not. Of course, I hope that we can speak again later. Damn.
Hmm. I can't wait for there eventually to be a wiki where I can go see what, like, every character's stats are. Like, the expected fucking range of things and, like, what they're good at and what they're not. So I can go, like, oh yeah, I'd just offer a cabinet position for free. Need support of my electors for today. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Of course, I'm happy to make that promise. Thank you. Oh, I thought he doesn't like me normally. That's 2 voters I've obtained. You've never seen the homeworlds. Predator. Smuggling drugs. This is their problem. Are you still glowing? No. I stopped glowing like immediately. Or is that's at least what I've been led to assume. Should we just try the quest, see if we die? Fuck it. Let's see if we die. Let's play. I'm determined. Alright, tonight's match represents a symbolic conflict between 2 deities as they clash over dominance. And oh god, this is part of the harshness of this game sometimes. There's so much fucking dialogue. Deities as they clash over the dominance of the Moroccan pantheon, demonstrating the influence that they will hold over the twin worlds for the cycle to come. This match pins Zorana, goddess of poison, ice, and wild plants, versus Cox, god of song, construction, and the hunt. The chosen deity does not affect the team's equipment or the game rules, only the colors the team wear. The star will not be poisoned, thank God. However, Cox as a god is associated with communal labor. If the god's blessing falls on his representatives, they might work better together as a team. Which deity do you choose to play for? Cox. Put on a black body suit and wind yourself with red and brown ribbons. You whisper a little prayer to Cox to guide your team. The rest of your team does not bother to strike up conversation with you or with each other. Their faces are expressionless behind the patterns of paint representing their loyalties. There is no discussion of strategy, no attempt to build excitement. It's like they're in a trance. Interesting. You've had no time to train with these people. You don't know how they play. Are they just going to ignore you on the field? It looks like team or no team, you may be on your own. The weakness of the game like this. Okay. No, it's my complaint with the text thing. Well, I agree with your joke there, Devil. The complaint is just like how condensed the dialogue can get sometimes, and how much explanative stuff gets put in a way that I feel like is sometimes overly wordy. Sometimes it's fine though. I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, Long Live the Queen kind of had those issues, so it's like, it's something that I don't think I'm gonna really be upset by, but yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it's It's one of those things that is impossible to get right, and each person's different. This might just be personally me. But like, holy shit, there are times where I'm just like, oh my god, can it... What the fuck is going... I want to skip. I don't feel that that's good sometimes. But that is very much a me thing, I think. Alright, I might be on my own. You came here to impress the High Pontifex with your devotion in order to win her vote. What is your primary objective this match? Your team's victory. In order to show what you have the favor of the gods, you need to win. That's the whole point of these ritual sports, isn't it? Shit. Go out there and give your best, but somehow you never seem to get in the right place at the right time. The spears fly so fast, you can never catch and throws it again. You run and run until you grasp for best, but you might as well not be there. The difference you're making, it's no surprise that your team loses in the end. You need to arrange for another meeting with the thing to find out what she thinks of your performance. God damn it. I didn't have the sport stuff, I think. Yeah. Somewhere in the walls, it's very quiet, but nothing else to concentrate on. It's relentless. At last, her all holiness is ushered inside by a silent priest. Strength be with you, and also with you.
I have considered your petition and your actions. These are uncertain times, Princess Zorana. Lies and selfish machinations have set the pendulum in motion, and none can predict the pattern it will trace. The shadow of war hangs in the balance. The gods speak in veiled warnings. I do not know if they wish me to redeem you or defeat you. Defeat me? I must wait and watch. I will not give you my support. Do not contact me again until after the election. If you are successful, I will grant you my console.
That's not very helpful right now. Thank you, Your Holiness. What is there to say? Damn. Can we get to the kill part already? Alright, well. I don't think I'm getting much more out of here, so I'm gonna actually go this way. Make it my Jubilee. Fuck it. We're gonna celebrate my birthday. We received a report from them. They're preparing to resume regular patrols. A largely unimportant matter, but oh yeah, this is the drunk guy. Punish him for drunkenness only. Bring it on, assassins. Apparently there's more assassin things that they added, at some point. So that's gonna be a thing we're gonna have to deal with. It's all about me and how much people I can kill and how many years I can't get killed until now. Hell yeah. Sounds about right, though. Okay, this is the child. Am I going to be able to adopt the child? Because I want to adopt the child. Mind the child be... Damn. I wanted to adopt the child. She wanted his birthright, didn't she? Being an emperor's child comes with a price. Give him some tokens of appreciation for her sacrifice and get it done. Make it public in honor of Emperor Drusian. He has not repeated the offense. It's not clear if he remembers. No sign of any new rumors circulating. The Rogue Shadow. Yeah, no, this is the Rogue Shadow stuff. Doesn't really matter. Gonna turn up at the system for the first time. Your Highness, it's a great honor for you to visit this auspicious time. I've recently uncovered a code of influence. Take papers and realize that if you don't do something, she'll continue tailing you in less than Repeat it. Damn. Damn. My etiquette was not high. Alright, this person has a kid that they're looking after, and the kid's the actual one that I want. Too young to assume the responsibility herself. There we are. There's the scary, evil death child. Painted for war. Let's go. Say hello to the princess. Can I tell whether or not she's making a face at you under the... still, she's an elector, even though she's blah. Pleasure to meet you. I'm in mourning. I'm sorry, have your parents recently crossed over? Did not introduce her as daughter after all. As many cycles ago, but is particularly devout, this is much, that is much of what led to her being chosen as the elector. You ought to be more devout. Why aren't you in mourning? Didn't your father, the Emperor, just enter eternity? In many duties, and must consider the needs of the Empire as a whole, she does not have the luxury of deep mourning. And child lifts her head proudly. I'll pray for you. Thank you. I have heard that the Emperor was engaged in some fascinating research at the time of his demise. Hope you intend to follow in his footsteps, with better results, of course. Perhaps. Do you really have a pet Silverhawk? Yes. Folds her thin arms and looks up at her regent. I want a pet. You already have a great many skeletons. You can't tell. You can't tell from his delivery whether those skeletons are former pets or current ones. Come now, let us have some pungent cookies. Suppose cookies will be acceptable. I'm sure we can speak again later, Your Imperial Highness. Of course. You watch as the two of them leave together, blah blah blah. There's no sign of a spouse connected into the Sultan. Of course, it's too young for a betrothal. Can't tell how they feel about you. Refresh, other elector. Hi, cat person. Thin frame and short cropped fur. He is wrapped in clothing more decorative than Sontia's, and he smiles widely at your approach. Your Imperial Highness, it is great pleasure that I introduce myself to you. I am some part elector of the Imponderable. But of course, you know that already. His voice is somewhat between charming and impotent, and a beautiful tongue trill over the R of his name. Pondering the imponderable. God, reading some of these words is causing me to have a moment. I apologize. I'm doing my best. It's a deeply held tradition of our race. As you know, empires love, life, meaning, and meaningless. But of course, you're filled with the youthful determination. The universe looks different when you've had time to become jaded. This is how I want the cat people from 40k to look. Yeah, it'd be pretty good, actually. Such a beautiful flower as yourself should not wilt so soon. May I kiss your hand? Off your hand. Very well. Don't worry, I'm perfectly harmless. Over the back of the hand, almost unnoticeable. Truly a pleasure, Your Imperial Highness. You'll pardon me, I have other visitors whom I must avoid. I'll await your call some other time. Is he married? Can he be trusted? Can't tell how he feels about you. Let's go to bold. Full-on furries for the exterminators. Hell yeah. Not urgent. This is the one from the shadow. I think, yeah. What was I doing? Piloting. And I feel like I gotta get some in bureaucracy soon. Alright, let's go with that. Time for the big interview. Well, I mean, strong commander is best I've got. Which should say a lot. The fleet's moved on, which is the more annoying part. Negotiate. I need to support him with the would you pledge the loyalty? I do not oppose your ascension, but I do not feel comfortable making a binding pledge at this point, particularly as I am only acting on her behalf. Precisely. Oh, hello, I didn't know you were listening. I am an elector. You're also a small child. I cannot commit on her behalf. I do not know you well or what you would bring to the Empire. For now, I prefer to wait and see. Is there anything I could do that would convince you and Arel that I am the right choice? You must seek a message from the lost gods of destruction. You want me to pray? A physical message written in the ice. You're aware that one reason the Empire maintains outposts in the system is to search for signs of past civilizations and clues to what destroyed them. One of the largest planetoids in the system is made up of broken ice, deeply cracked and crazed through its entire body. Some of the crevices are large enough to fly a squadron through. Expeditions in the frozen depths have sometimes been found patterns of cracks that appear symbolic, suggesting an unknown language. I believe the wishes you to find such a sign, and don't steal it. If the child is fascinated by them, she might recognize anything already known. Venture into space yourself, however, could be dangerous. Unfortunately, might be the only way to secure a vote. We do have piloting up, so we could try. Fuck it. Not the most skilled pilot in the fleet, but you handled a few times. Feel confident you can do a simple mission. Well, I head off to the dark debris of Draug. Every known asteroid in the Draug system has an official designation of letters and numbers which refer to its orbit and time of discovery. The large ball of shattered ice is more commonly known as Isinius. Despite decades of research and shimmering surface, still looks to your eyes as if it had never been touched by living hands. It's very beautiful, very lonely, and very cold. If you want to seek truths hidden within the ice, you will have to fly your ship through those broken channels till you find a place to land. If you're not careful, you end up in the frozen tomb. Of course, it might be possible to find a piece of Insidious elsewhere. The ice is cracked from countless impacts. The chunk might have broken off and drifted away with other rocks. It would be difficult to scan a whole system for a lost bit of ice, but if you found one, it would definitely be a sign Arahan would never have seen before. The fastest way to get a free piece of asteroid would be to blast one off yourself with the ship's weapons. Go with operations. Use the skip scanner to use the ship's scanner to sweep the area, looking for debris that might have come loose. try that again. Okay, so let's try piloting this time. I'm actually gonna do a quick save. Before I do this. Blind to the ice. What looked like tiny cracks from a distance revealed themselves to be vast canyons. As you skim closer, you have room to maneuver, but every surface is jagged and menacing. Landing won't be easy. You scrape the hull pretty badly as you settle down, but the fly appeals intact. Donning a protective suit, you exit the planetoid, onto the planetoid surface. The silent ice is eerily beautiful but menacing. There's nothing here to sustain life. You need to go further into the ice, somewhere hidden, where no eyes have been to see. But everything around is sharp and fragile and deadly. Try to squeeze your way through the tight crevice, but your suit snags under the icicle beneath. You're trapped. In your panic, you struggle to free yourself, but in the end, ripping a hole in your spacesuit. Pog, we're dead! Yeah, I had a feeling. Let's just start that turn again. I could put one into Blade this time and see if that gets us there. Just a little bit into Blade might be enough to get us through that spot. This is the fun part of going too fast, is you just see the blocks of text of like what you've progressed with and shit going fast. Alright, let's try it again. Oh, shit. You're trapped. You draw your knife and slowly chip your way free. It's hard work, but your knife is badly damaged, but you can always get another one later. The ice looms around you, distorting your sense of space. You know it's an illusion, but you can almost hear the crystals ringing in your ears. You stare into the translucent depths. There's a dark shape. Is something trapped within the ice? No, it's only cracks and shadows. But that's what you're here for, isn't it? Mysterious cracks in the ice. You raise your data cord and take as many images of the shadows in the ice as you can, and then head back to your flyer. Fortunately, when it comes to take off, the engine makes a strange clanking noise and refuses to fire up. It appears you damaged something on the earlier rough landing. You sort out the problem and prepare to lift off. Once away, you fly safely back to the palace. Flushed with success, you send your communication to the regent. I've brought back a message from the gods of destruction. Ooh. She flips intently through the collection of images. What was it like out there? Very cold. You've met her request successfully, and therefore I will meet yours. You'll have my vote, Empress. Thank you. There you go. Alright, I need the support. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Chuckles. The age-old wisdom of the people, what is in it for me? What do you want? Oh, a trifle. Scarcely a moment of your attention, nothing too taxing. You may have heard that the eldest son of my second wife is putting forward another motion in the courts to try and divest me of some of my property. Dealing with this sort of paperwork is highly unpleasant and wastes a great deal of my time. I would prefer for the case to be quietly shuffled off the schedules. Once I am Empress, I could have a case like that dismissed with a single word. Yes, of course you could. But once you are Empress, What guarantee would I have that you had remembered an old acquaintance? I couldn't, after all, take my vote back. You think I might betray you? What guarantee do I have that you won't betray me? Common sense, my dear. Cheating an imperial heir, particularly one who might become the Empress even without my support, would be extremely short-sighted of me. If I pledge my loyalty to you, my dear, it will be in all sincerity, but there is my price. Simple enough, I would think. An inconvenient lawsuit, so I need to get involved in a fucking lawsuit now. I'm not interested. I want to try and get to the fleet. Alright, so this is when this guy announced my candidacy. Yep. Alright, cool. I don't want... Would it be wrong to just do that? Yeah, let's go with that. Etiquette and reflexes. So reflexes are real far along. Let's see. Cool, that's the parents one, yeah. Sorry, this was the one I thought it was earlier. Alright. Let's talk with the Admiral. Maybe a daughter of Emperor, but you're a sister of a traitor. I have no way of knowing bend or break. Is there a steel in your spine? I played a ritual starfall. Match put my life in the hands of the gods. Did your side win? No. Well, you're not afraid to try at least. I survived an assassin. Assassins tried to kill me already, I haven't let them stop me. So you didn't crumple at least. Compromise your fate. I serve not myself, but the Empire. Who takes the throne, I will carry out their orders with my body and blood, but it's not my job to take sides in the election. Politics, pap. It's best to the side. Is there anything I can do to change your mind and show you that I'm worthy of supporting? Prove your mettle. You take one of my pilots, take on one of my pilots in a strike fighter, challenge, space combat maneuvers. Agree. Challenge accepted. Call me when you're ready to fly. Alright. We're ready for to go fly? I think we're ready to go fly. Pew pew time finally. Sadly enough, it is only a mock battle, and there's also another element of it that's important to keep in mind. So, in order to win the Star Admiral Yaku's approval, you will need to face his chosen pilot in space combat. Real space combat, not simulated. You'll be flying an actual strike fighter in the cold depths of space. If you're not shot down, Imperial privilege won't give you the power to reverse the flow of time and walk away. Are you sure you want to do this? Space combat! Settling yourself, you call the Star Admiral and make the arrangements. After some preparations, you suit up and are escorted to a strike fighter, a quick and agile starship intended for a solo pilot to make daring runs against complex combat defenses. Like, say, another strike fighter. The cockpit is cramped and stumbled with metallic switches, very different from the comfortable flyers you're used to. The Star Admiral advises you to take some time for practice maneuvers before combat begins. Once underway, you'll each be targeting a large, brightly marked lump on the hull of the other fighter. Smash that open and coloured glasses will erupt, signaling a kill and victory. That's all well and good, but how likely is it that anyone can destroy a small target on a fighter without damaging it? Blow off the wings, crack the cockpit, set off a chain reaction in the engines. Either or both, you can easily end up dead. Maybe the ship is on autopilot or remotely controlled. Maybe you're the only one whose life's at risk. If you die, they'll say that just proves you weren't fit to be Empress. So, don't die. You familiarize yourself with the controls, trying to prepare yourself as much as possible, but when you first hear the warning sirens of an approaching enemy fighter, you hear bangs hard against your ribs. You're in combat. Quickly, you set the ship into motion. Staying still, or even in a predictable course, makes you an easy target. You gotta keep changing directions. Space combat isn't as simple as moves and counter-moves. You're both moving all the time and trying to keep track of each other's relative position and orientation as you roll, spin, and scissor. You can't spare much attention to manually aiming your weapons while you're busy flying the ship. Without a gunner to assist you, your chances of hitting a target accurately are pretty much nil. What is your general strategy? All-out attack, spam missiles. You've got to push this fast and hard and hope that you win before your inexperience betrays you. If you make aggressive turns and fire everything you've got, you might overwhelm them. Now, where's the fire button exactly? Frantically scan the bank of controls, trying to figure out how it works. Bang. Alarms start blaring all around you. Kills of smoke, colored smoke drift across the view screen. Smoke from outside the ship, which means your target marker has been ruptured. You've lost the duel. World spins, artificial gravity's gone. You stay at the controls, but most of them are unresponsive. Systems are failing rapidly. A flashing violet light warns you of low structural integrity. Another impact and the fighter could shatter into pieces. The fighter is equipped with an emergency escape pod, but it's bare bones to say the least. You'll be shot out in space in a tiny egg with no engine power, no room to move, and minimal air circulating. Completely helpless. Try to restore the control. If you can just get the controls to respond properly, you can retreat, right? You try to run diagnostics, but the error messages are nonsensical. Out of cheese error. Why would anyone put cheese in a spaceship? There must be physical corruption somewhere. You can't rely on the console. You need to get your hands greasy. You look around for some panels you can open. It's hard to make sense of things with the gravity fluctuating around you. You slide the panel free, keeping alert for any sign of smoke or fire. That's odd, the devices inside here don't belong to a fighting ship. Some of them are gas canisters normally used to simulate emergencies for shipboard drills. Others are harder to understand, but look like some kind of remote control system. Is this what's causing the shipboard errors, not actual battle damage? You try to figure out how to disconnect the extraneous modules, but giving your hand a nasty shock. Well, if there isn't any real emergency, it will be safe for you to wait until someone comes to check in on you, right? Sometime later, the screens light up with a message from the Star Admiral. I usually don't have to inform a recruit that they're dead. I'm obviously not. The princess has no one ever required you to attend even the most basic muster drill. Do you not understand how to evacuate your ship in distress? I wasn't going to abandon a good fighter ship without making at least some attempt to salvage the situation. But when I started looking for things to fix, I found that the alarms were fake and the ship was rigged. There wasn't any emergency, it was all a trick. So, I left it alone and waited for you. He shakes his head. Caught in my own trap, eh? You're clever, I'll give you that. You were not successful in your battle, and I remain unconvinced. I cannot pledge my support until you claim the throne, if you can. Wait there and we'll retrieve your ship and safely thing. Damn! Damn. I am not going to take on that challenge unless I can get his vote. So what I need to do differently this time... Layout... Big guns. Right? Or, instead of layout, do military. What were the main things we failed that I feel like we could do better with? I think it was big guns was the main one, right? Fuck it. We'll just do this. Alright, let's try this again. Piloting big guns in operations, we should do well in here. Here we go. The point of your nose in the rough direction of the other ship and press every button you can find, releasing wild spray missiles in the darkness. In proper targeting controls, you hope to at least some of your missiles will strike the other fighter, but they spin away and pop like fireworks, you're now defenseless. Okay. It was all a trick, so I left it alone, waited, shakes his head, called my own trap, clever. Okay. So, because I've done that before. I'm trying to think of what I need to actually do to succeed there. Maybe I tried big guns and military this time? Ooh, hello. Okay. Right. Simply can't be how training exercise is usually held. It's too wasteful of equipment and personnel. You wouldn't have much military left if you're a new recruit had to battle the death and just a thing. So that's the only real difference so far. Okay, is there anything different here? Ah, fuck it. I've given too many attempts to this. Let's move on. Alright. Approve the position. Know that meme about digging up and giving up before the diamonds? Yeah, I'm not disputing that there's probably an element of that. Actually very painful, because, like, I'm sure there's a combination I could have done there, and it would have been successful. Punish. You got in my way, how dare you? Let them just do the menu. So these are the bird people, by the way. This guy doesn't like me, if I recall correctly. And this kid doesn't like me either. What do we think? We're winning Thriller? Yeah, fuck it, Thriller. Okay, go back to bold. Stay put. Put them in the vaults. Oh, this is the coexisting one, right? Yeah, no, this is a trap. We'll just delay it. Okay. This. Oh my god, trying to fucking figure out these combinations. I love the puzzleness of these games. My god. The problem is that, like, unlike a normal puzzle game, the puzzle is so big, but it has so many things going on in it. It's like, it's very much like The Room, those sorts of games, right? Like, you know those sorts of little puzzle games with, like, The Room. It's like that, except the entire game is one puzzle. It's like you're here for hours. Who resides on the opposite side of the prime, according to the records, the two have never really actually met. Alright. Let's blackmail you. There might be storms ahead. You're attempting to make a point. I'd like to pledge to support an election, otherwise I'll tell everyone the bullying and abuse you start. I have no abuse to anyone. Your office workers have made complaints. Low-performing staff were unable to meet expectations and were released from duty. Yes, they have made complaints, but wish to be allowed to slack off and pay for the demand. Standards must be enforced rather than... Damn. That was a terrible response to how that went. I don't like that at all. I didn't have any of the fucking things for it. Do y'all love the bubbles just getting fucking spammed on the screen though? Alright, well, let's just try negotiating with this fucking asshole. When the ritual of election occurs, each elector must cast their vote according to the correspondence, deciding on who is most suited to the Empire. That is, time has not yet arrived. If you wish to sway my opinion, you need to provide material evidence of your worth. How do I do that? By your own admission, Your Imperial Highness, you are unfamiliar with the culture of, our footstool. You have little experience with the hero. You must undertake a pilgrimage to the High Shrine and pay your respects to the vessel of that Exprokill. Does that mean like a vessel that holds a trapped spirit or a holy relic? You take the journey alone, unaided except for the traditional scroll of guidance. It'll be a difficult quest, but if you return successfully, you may receive my favor. So, if you do find this vessel, one by its necessary upon to support. Contact me when you're ready down to go the right. Okay. And negotiate with you. Vote now? I'm not ready. I don't have my notes. Oh, I do have my notes. Let's read the little notebook. Well, it seems that, well, I'm not certain that there is a great difference, really. But whoever takes the throne will rule the Empire, and, well, I don't have much reason to choose one or another. Is there anything I could do that would give you a reason? Something that should show you that I am the best choice? Well, how are you for games? What sort of games? Challenges, puzzles, adventure, forays into fantasy. It's a hobby of mine, putting people in an imaginary scenario and they must explore to uncover the true story and the way to escape. It's so difficult to find people willing to help test these little creations. A game master needs players, you know, and with your background, you're the perfect subject for my latest idea. Is it dangerous? It's just a game. Well, I suppose things could go a bit wrong. I mean, things could always go wrong. Fire, flood, earthquakes, book falls on your head. That happened once. So, I can't say there's no danger, but it doesn't make it more exciting. Rubs his hands together. I'll need a bit of time to prepare for the dungeon. Dungeon? It's a tradition to call any playing space a dungeon. It doesn't mean that it will be monsters necessarily. So what does it involve? I can't tell you that. If you're prepared, it wouldn't be a fair test of my creation. I must see how you interact with the pieces when you don't know what they do, which clues you notice, and so on. And if you can play through my little adventure successfully, I'll give you my vote. Does that sound like a fair reward? It's the reward you're after, but what exactly are you getting yourself into? Contact me when you schedule a random session. Okay. little stone cameo brooch, enough to approximate your profile that you can tell it's meant to be you, but nothing special. Send them my appreciation. Your birthday will be rising soon, which means you'll have to host the Jubilee. Are you prepared? Oh yeah, we're doing the Jubilee next, everybody. Y'all ready for the Jubilee? I'm ready for the Jubilee. I'm not ready for the Jubilee. Alright, let's see if we die first. Alright, contact. Send a message and wait further instructions. Take a flight down. The Elector is not present at the airfield. Only a young Haru staffer who escorts you away from the airfield and across surface terrain, where you travel with rapid speed to an even more isolated location. There is no sign of civilization, just a small clearing with purchase to wait for the train. There isn't even a ticket office. All you see is mountain and jungle. Oh boy. The aide hands you a parchment scroll. You unroll it, hoping to find directions, but colors. The aide points ahead of you to the jungle. It must be a map, an aerial map. Something that would make sense for a Haru pilgrim getting back in touch with its roots. If it took to the skies, it could easily puzzle out how these shapes correspond to terrain. You don't have that option, you're far from your flyer, all you have is your eyes and your feet. You have to get going. There's a shape on the map too geometric to be a natural formation. That must be the shrine or temple that you're looking for. Of course, there are no scale markings to give you any hint of scale or distance. The paths to follow. Damn. You begin picking your way carefully through the jungle. It's hot and the ground is uneven, covered with roots and spreading plants. Insects buzz past. Through Fortune's blade has sliced through a flavor here. The insects don't fancy your taste. Nothing bites or stings, you can still hear them. You keep moving, the hero points somewhere this way. Maybe you'll get lucky and the hidden temple will just be in the next hill. You don't know where you're going. Pretty soon you don't know where you've been. It seems the tree passed before. You turn in place, trying to get your bearings, and step into a small depression in the ground. Losing your balance, squeaking, you flail your arms, manage to catch yourself in a tree, don't fall. You hear an angry rustling in the leaves around you. Probably just caved in the ceiling of some creature's den. You haven't spent enough time out in the wild to be prepared for a trip like this. You don't know how to navigate or how to recognize the hazards. You don't even know if there's anything out here that wants to eat you. Better to quit now before anything worse happens. You try to find your way back to the train stop, but after what feels like an hour, you stumble across through endless jungle. You're forced to admit that you're hopelessly lost. At last, all you can do is trigger your emergency beacon for a signal. Blah blah blah. It will not be impressed. I believe that I made myself crystal clear. Yeah, no, I fucked up with that. Okay, let's reload the turn. I don't think I'm gonna get the stats to do it. Like, if I double scout, do we think we get there? I'm curious. Nah. We're not gonna be able to do that quest. So I'm not gonna bother. What about your quest? It's a mysterious game somewhere on the planet's surface and will not give you any details, only that it would be an adventure. This also wasn't clear. Chance of this. You're ready to make an attempt. Let's play. Arrange the trip to the surface. Without much delay, you receive a reply with landing coordinates and a request to wear comfortable shoes. You meet 3 Nox nestled on Hero Prime outside of what appears to be a large warehouse. Oh my god, is he fucking Jigsaw?
Welcome, Your Imperial Highness. I'm so glad you could make it. Now, this scenario is based on the Novian phonograph era, a classical time period on the planet for murder mysteries and hands-on detective work. I have to investigate a murder? Well, who knows? Anything could happen. You're an investigator visiting the mansion of an eccentric millionaire, the wealthiest class of the time. It is in possession of a stolen diamond necklace, very valuable, rumored to carry a mystical curse. Your job is to find the necklace and escape with it. Here's a notebook in case you need it for any puzzles. He hands you a little notebook full of blank paper with a pen strapped inside. Any other equipment or weapons you have, you should leave them here. The puzzles are meant to be solved with only what you find inside. Now remember, once you go through that door, you're an old Novian. Pre-space flight, try to stay in character.
You may have Novian heritage, but you're not an expert in their ancient history.
On with the show!
The Elector opens a door into the blackness and ushers you inside. You step through, blinking and hoping that your eyes will adjust, when suddenly the door closes behind you. You're alone in an unknown space in the dark. Bang! You hear the sound of thunder crashing, lights overhead flickering crazily, giving you familiarity of fragmentary glimpses of your environment. Jeez, that wording. You are standing on a rough past floor. Oddly, in front of you is the facade of another building. An oddly fashioned house, the mansion that Three Rocks Nestled described. The sound of rain sweeps over you with a hiss, and panels to your sides begin to glow with shrieks of blue. You're not actually getting wet, but the atmosphere is clear. You can almost smell it, and it makes you shiver. 2 glass lanterns in front of the house ignite, framing a large door. That must be where you're supposed to go next. You approach the front door. It looks wooden, though it's hard to be certain in the dim light, and a gleaming metallic knocker is attached. There is also a small slot cut into the door, wide and tall enough for an envelope to pass through, but not a hand. Common courtesy would suggest that you should knock rather than attempt to barge into a strange home. On the other hand, you are apparently supposed to be stealing a necklace, so perhaps stealth is called for. You're gonna knock on the door. You lift the knocker and bring it down loudly against the door surface. After a moment, you hear a voice from the other side.
Do you have an invitation?
What?
Please slide your invitation through the doors and I may say who is calling.
You don't have an invitation, just a notebook full of paper and a pen. Draw your own invitation. In your most elegant handwriting, you draft up a formal-looking invitation for Inspector Zorana and decorate the edges with a graceful swirls. Carefully detach the page from the note and slide it through the door. My invitation. The door creaks open, revealing Aurel, the Elector's companion, wearing a formal feathered suit.
Thank you for waiting, Madame Inspector. Please come inside.
He ushers you into a room decorated in what you assume is period-old Novian style. A large number of comfortable chairs are set all around the edges, tiny wooden tables crammed in between them. The walls are covered with decorative pattern paper. High shelves hold collections of silver and china.
Make yourself comfortable, madame. I will announce your arrival to the master.
He bows and leaves through the side door that he closes behind himself. You stand in place, uncertain. Are you supposed to search this room for clues? Is the diamond necklace hidden in one of the silver cups? Or should you go deeper into the mansion while the servant is not looking? Suddenly you hear voices coming from behind the door, or I'll just use, despite the distance, they're as loud and clear as if you were standing in the same room.
The inspector is here? You let her into the house? This is a catastrophe! I expected better from my loyal butler.
An apologies, master. Should I send her away?
No! That will only arouse her suspicions! You must keep her occupied. Stall her! Serve her tea and cakes. I will use the secret passage to reach the diamond necklace and secure it safely.
Yes, master.
And then oddly, you hear a little snippet of music, distinct 4-note tune, followed by a dull, grinding noise. As you blink in puzzlement, Aurelol re-emerges, pulling the door behind him so that you cannot see the room beyond, but not quite closing it.
Please accept my apologies, madame. The master is deeply occupied with important business matters, and cannot receive you at the moment. If you would be so kind to have a seat, I'll bring you tea and refreshments while you wait.
He exits again through a different door this time, this one closed solidly behind him. You walk over to peek through the first door, and the room beyond appears to be a study containing a large desk, several bookshelves, a fireplace, and a keyboard, beyond perhaps a harpsichord. There is no one in the room and no sign of any other exit. The master must have exited via the secret passage that was mentioned. There was a little tune, so that's the harpsichord the key. Unfortunately, you lack the musical ability to remember and replicate the tune you've heard only once. What are you going to do? If you press the keys and the harpsichord triggers a secret passage, there must be switches or wires hooked into the key somehow. You carefully lift the lid on the harpsichord and peer inside. It's hard to make sense of it at first, but the interior is packed with strings and hammers. But yes, 4 keys have additional blue wires running under the strings. You've lost the tune completely by now, but with only 4 notes pressed, there's a limited number of things. You poke the keys at different sequences until you hear a grinding noise, look over to the bookcase swing open, revealing the dark passage. This must be the way to where whatever the master has hidden the diamond necklace. You slip behind the bookshelf, and the walls here are designed to look like they're made of large stones mortared together, but they're too soft when you touch them. It's some sort of foam that only looks like rocks. Well, this is a game after all. Tiny bulbs in the shape of candle flames ignite as you set foot in the secret passage, enough light to let you pass through safely, though not to see well. Like candles, they flicker erratically, making it hard to focus. Your footsteps seem to echo in the darkness as it's a little spooky in here. Suddenly you hear a sound and catch a flash of movement beginning ahead of you. Acting on instinct, you press yourself against the wall, out of the obvious line of fire. Metal gratings descend from the ceiling in front of you and behind you, blocking the passage. Confused, you run forward to grab hold of the bars and try and lift them again. They won't budge. Just how heavy are they? Wait, it's a little square hole in the floor right in front of the grate, surprisingly deep and narrow, with what looks like a keyhole at the bottom of it. Is the grating somehow locked into place?
Ha-ha! I have you now!
The Elector walks into view from the far end of the corridor, and is carrying something in his hand, but you can't quite make it out.
So, Madam Inspector, you thought you could beard me in my own den.
Harry doesn't even have beards.
Now the shoe's on the other foot. I've hidden the necklace where no one can find it. Defended by the most dangerous beetle of all. And as for you, you'll rot in here in the secret dungeon, out of sight, forgotten by all, forced to stare at your salvation, just out of reach.
He holds up an object in his hand, a large ring from which dangles one very long metallic key. Then it reaches over to hang the key ring on a small hook attached to the wall for apparently just this purpose. The hook is, of course, just a bit too far away for your hand to reach from inside the metal bars.
So long, Madam Inspector!
He turns dramatically and struts its way back out of the corridor, leaving you alone and trapped. This is a game puzzle. There must be some solution. Flickering lights even out and glow brighter, allowing you to see more clearly. There is a long metal rod of some sort lying on the floor in the crack near to the wall, easily overlooked. You pick it up and appears to be a fireplace poker with a pointed tip that has a slight flare to it. A proper hook would be a lot more useful, but in your hands, if your hand is steady, you can use this to try and capture the key ring. Damn it. You got the poker out, carefully maneuvering. You almost got it, and the hand wobbles a bit, but you compensate and manage to bring the key ring back without dropping it. You insert the long key into the hole and turn it with a click. Nothing obvious happens, but Now when you grab hold of the bars and haul upwards, they begrudgingly rise. The same isn't true for the grating behind you. You're clearly supposed to keep moving forward. What the fuck am I doing at this point? The plot of this game is so wild. You keep the poker handy though. You never know when you might need a weapon. Cautiously, quiet, uncertain what you'd expect, you creep along the passage. At the end of the corridor, there is an obvious brass rectangle mounted on the outline of a door, showing where to push. You shove the door and it pivots, letting you into another richly appointed room. Another study, perhaps by the study of a mad taxidermist. The walls and tables are covered with dead animals, stuffed and posed as trophies. A massive char stands forever frozen in its hind legs, still sharp teeth gleaming. An entire wall is covered with pinned insects of every shape and color. There are no signs of the master or the butler. You're on your own. So now what? Examine the insects. You look at the rainbow of insects pinned and mounted to the wall. Bees, butterflies, beetles. Wait, didn't the Elector, the master, say that the necklace was guarded by the most dangerous beetle? This must be a puzzle. You look up and down at the displays. How can you tell which is the most dangerous beetle? You're not an expert bug collector in your own homeworld. Surely you can't be expected to recognize every insect. The biggest one, maybe? The one with the most impressive jaw? You find the display of the Viracar beetle, which is massive mandibles and poke all around it, even swirling the frame of the thing, but nothing's there. There has to be an answer somewhere. One of these insects must be correct. You need to take your methodical approach, one creeper crawler at a time. 1, 2, 3. Tap the glass, run your hands along the frame, see if anything detaches. Push it, rotate the frame slowly, checking to see if the clues are revealed. Hope you aren't missing a trick that will mean you'll have to start the whole thing over again. Feels like forever, but probably only half an hour before you just, your diligence is rewarded. God lord, what the fuck is going on though? Turning the frame of one brightly spotted beetle triggers the sound of machinery. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, look for the one that's small and very brightly colored. That's normally the surefire way to find the most dangerous there. You turn around just in time to see a panel behind the stuffed char slide away, revealing another secret passage in the wall. The beast is still in the way. You have to get up and close to it, and then step cautiously over the base mount to enter. The previous passage was designed to look like old stone walls, a mason's work. This is rougher, from what you can tell in the dim light. A mine or a cave, perhaps. Not a real one, of course, but that's the set design. Those pebbles shift underfoot, marking you every step with a crunch. The passage opens up to a large space, still too dark for you to make out its full dimensions. One thing, however, is perfectly clear. A pedestal which supports a glintering diamond necklace. You make your way to the pedestal, careful not to touch the necklace just yet. You look around, checking for traps, switches, trapwires, anything likely to activate when someone removes the necklace. Nothing. It's nothing. It seems safe. Don't grasp the arrow by the shaft. You sweep up your prize and leap back, hoping to avoid any reaction. Obviously, nothing happens. Someone groans. The groaning is louder now, echoing on all sides. Almost sounds like words. Doom, doom, doom. Suddenly you see a light in the distance, sun through leaves, a fresh breeze the way out. Unfortunately, the light is also illuminating the area you find yourself in, revealing that you are not alone. Two groups of ghostly white figures are converging upon you from either side. They're about your height, but strangely lumpy and misshapen, as if they were made out of melted dough. They move forward in a strange, jerky hops that make your body quiver like balloons. Every time they jump, they also moan, doom, doom. Is this the mystical curse? The whirling and clanking suggests that these are robots dressed to look like monsters. In any case, they don't look friendly, and they're getting closer. What will happen if they grab hold of you? Better not find out. Run through them. You gotta be quick. Fuck, yeah! With a fierce battle cry, you charge to the exit, hoping the monsters will scatter out of your way. Unfortunately, it seems that neither are spirits nor... Okay, well, I'm just gonna... I'm not gonna succeed in the other one. I have to try and run through. Okay. Unfortunately, seems like neither spirits nor robots can be intimidated. The figures keep hopping, piling up into you. Their bodies are soft and squishy, but solid and heavier than you. They knock you off balance and then pin you helplessly between them, still moaning doom. You flail your arms, slapping at their rubbery heads, but they don't even notice. Finally, the lights come on.
I'm afraid the game is over.
Okay, no, I'm gonna try the other one then. A poker in your hands is a weapon. These monsters look designed to be bashed safely, so you have at it. Yeah! The fierce battle cry, living monster that might have been disconcerted, but these lumpy, hopping creations don't care about their eyes, and a poker can't effectively penetrate their rubbery surfaces. You may as well have been handing your face a push. Your firearms, same thing. Squishy robots peel away from you, letting you get your breath back.
Can I try again? You've already seen the whole adventure. It wouldn't be the same if you played it again now. It's the fresh reaction that's most valuable.
Well, if I played through the whole thing, then I did the job right. So, can I have your vote?
You reached the ending, but you weren't successful. What sort of game would it be if you got the same prize for winning as for losing? I do appreciate your efforts. They were very educational. Perhaps in a 5, I'll have a new game for you to test.
There's nothing left for you to do, so I failed the dungeon. Wow, that was a waste of fucking time. Alright. I'm just gonna fucking end the turn, and we're just gonna deal with this bloody thing. Oh my god, that was actually so fucking frustrating. I hated all of that. Alright, I'm not getting either of the votes here. I'm fucking off. Let's go hold our Jubilee somewhere and fucking die. Who to welcome first? I'd like to thank everyone in the Empire, coming together, transit, we come from different backgrounds, but this is an event to bring us all together. Yay! On point military drill and crisp dress, blah blah blah, demonstrating their skill. However, as the hour plays on, your energy flags. You have so many other things you need to be thinking about, keeping a smile on your face is becoming exhausting. I didn't get shot this time! Yay! I think it's actually the order in which you let the people in. If you don't, so I think what it is you need to do the order in which the people were, came together, basically. How the Empire came together. Your feet are launching a rebellion. Hell yeah. That's why I say, there was so many times I did it and I didn't die, and I was so confused by that. Now I'm a little less confused. I'm gonna go with deception and military. Yeah, we might as well put on the gown. Because we don't have another outfit anyway. Oh yay, here's our shoes that we get for our birthday. I should also inform you the candidate, Lucamere, has given a speech in the media criticizing your presumption in claiming the Imperial Jubilee when you are not the yet Empress. He says that is an insult to your father's memory. Well, of course he doesn't approve. He wants to be the emperor. You're just gonna have to work harder to win favor. Yeah, fuck that guy. Alright, this is another one of the hero systems than you would have expected for such minor habitations. So I assume some form of, yeah, science and economic. There's sort of got to be some benefit. They ship birthday shoes? Yeah. Dude, I fucking wish I could get birthday shoes. Dude, I'm wearing the same shoes, basically, I have worn for, like, okay, no, let me correct slightly what I was about to say. 2 pairs of the 3 shoes I have owned for, like, 6-7 years. The 1 pair of shoes I have is an exact copy of the previous shoes I owned of that, which are my sneakers. And I've had these ones for like 2-3 years. And the previous ones I had for like 5 years. They're like, literally go to the cheapest place you can get them from, sort of thing. The sneakers I got are like 20 bucks. Might let's see. Well, this might count as some sign of making an effort, and also demonstrating a piss poor grass strategy. She's signaling that she doesn't care about the rules of polite behavior. She can she'll react better to a blunt response, cutting right to the point. However, allowing her to talk to you like this will affect how others see you. The sector's total population is a rounding error for the Empire, so why did you bother? Explain why these votes matter. Seems like someone who would find your opinion more sincere if you don't mince your words about it. What matters right now is winning the election. It's not about the size of the population, it's about the number of territories and the number of electors, the votes. In the full comitia, the sector may be beneath notice, but in the College of Electors specifically, it holds more influence than the hero homeworld. So you'll court us now and forget us later. We don't know what the future will hold. But that isn't that all the more reason for you to take advantage of the opportunity while it lasts? In this moment, your tiny worlds hold power they may never have again. Now is the time to negotiate. Well said. Ancient artifacts? Yes, shut up. I'm someone that doesn't buy, like, clothing shit very often, which is actually the problem I'm having at the moment, is I haven't bought clothes outside of, like, a couple of shirts for, like... Oh shit, it's been, like, 6 years. I don't have many clothes either, so I tend to, like, wear my shit to, like, fully... There's holes in a lot of the shirts that I have. So I do need to actually, like, get a couple more shirts and some more underwear and shit like that. Don't want to be, like, accidentally scratching my ass and then just finger... and a finger slips through, you know? Like, that's just unfortunate. But perhaps a little, too little too late. She nods at you and steps aside. You're not alone long before another young woman comes to make her appearance. It's good to see you again. We've never been formally introduced, of course, but I was lucky enough to win a ticket at the Imperial Premiere. To an Imperial Premiere once. Oh, what show? Drakon Fox. Don't fucking know that one. You didn't buy clothes since I started to work, bro? Yeah. I could actually go look up exactly how long it's been since I bought, like, proper, like, a section of clothing. Because... it was when I was at my previous degree. I think it was right at the beginning, in the first year of it, which would be 2019. So I'm not kidding when I say I think it's actually 6 years ago. So, like, I'm kind of in this stage where, like, in amongst buying my PC parts, what I might try and do is, like, sneak a week or two for, getting some clothing. But I still need to get, like, my fucking thing that I want to get for hanging up my clothes as well, so like, for more clothing storage, because at the moment I've just got, like, a very simple set of drawers next to me. Relieved to talk to someone friendly and polite, however the politeness alone might not guarantee political support. You'll make a stronger connection. No one and nothing in the sector is equipped to entertain the Imperial entourage. It's very kind of you to visit, but you'll be putting a strain on us if you stay. I'm here to make alliances. I'm not intended to be a burden on anyone. I'm not here to play tourist. I'm here to make alliances for the good of the Empire. I'd like to get to know you and your needs and interests so that we can work together more effectively. But if you'd prefer to stick to business, then that's fine with me. Thank you for your understanding. I look forward to speaking with you in more detail privately later. Excuse me, sir, Madame Majesty? Sir, Majesty, If Madame is incorrect, if a more understandable mistake. Whoever is speaking to you ought to have the courtesy to appear in front of you and address you as Your Imperial Highness, or at least Your Highness, not call you like a child straight in March yet. Be undignified for you to respond to such a clumsy approach. You deserve more respect. You could just ignore the speaker until they get it right. There's certainly no one else who could be possibly titled Your Majesty, though it would reflect badly on you to fail to reply. Answer politely. You turn and offer a graceful smile to a person that called to you. Two people, actually. It's a pair of hero, their heads nodding and counterpoint as they look at you. It must be regions the Pachni Stuye. I apologize, by the way, if, like, these are... like, these names and stuff are, like, based off a specific language, and I'm butchering it. But you have to understand, I'm doing my best. Welcome to the Heavenly Palace and Princess Zorana. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, Princess, thank you. I'm, called Robe of Ice in your language. This is my mate, Starlight Needle. In unison, they bow to you. Considering their awkward movements earlier, you're surprised that their bows are so fluid. I apologize, please, we don't know how to do this. We've never had visitors like you before. We've never had training. We don't know how, people of your kind behave. They're implying that you're some kind of exotic savage to them because you're Moroccan. My mate and I have never attended a society reception before. We have no experience of political etiquette. We weren't raised, we were born. We were mistakes. Same, bro. I mean, what? It's not because you're American, it's because you're noble. They are not. They're regents and guardians of the official elector. Normally that opportunity would fall to whoever had the most power to seize it, but in this sector, when the term society must be stretched to the exist at all, perhaps not. Perhaps these two were his child's favorite teachers and nothing more. I'm sure you'll be fine. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be fine. You will represent your territory with honor to the best of your ability. Perhaps that didn't sound as reassuring as you intended. I'm sorry that the young elector, Flashes on Waves, was not able to attend tonight. I hope everything is well. He's still very young and wouldn't enjoy the travel, and it might have been loud and disruptive. The hero brings out a palm hollow to show you an image of the child, its beak crooked open in frozen laughter. Looks like Scantilian when it was young, doesn't it? Couple clugs fondly at each other. Scantilian was the previous elector who died unmarried. No second parent for flashes on waves was mentioned in the record overview. Is it a clone child? That wasn't marked either. If I might ask, who was Flashes on Wave's second parent, or did it have one? They looked at each other. We don't know. It's Gantelon's child, that is all that is, that it said. You're, notoriously private about personal matters. It does seem possible that these two simply never asked. If there is another biological parent, perhaps one who is unaware of the child's existence, that might cause some disruption in Fivems to come, but it's not really your concern at the moment. Please enjoy the evening. I look forward to the opportunity to talk to you more in private at a later time. Yes, thank you. One takes the other's hand and they drift away. Dialogue. Another gift has arrived, however, the concerns. It's from Crystal Nova. Yay! Do I want to get involved with that storyline? Is that actually worth doing? So this is the thing that you need to understand of like Long Live the Queen, and I'm sure that it's in this game as well, is that if you try and split your focus, you will lose harder. There is pathways that are available to you, and the more you middle ground, the worse it is. Sometimes, so we know what this gives, right? This one gives us the knowledge of what's going to happen with our brother and interacting with him. And it gives us that whole plotline. I don't even know if we want to interact with that plotline, because I don't know if that actually benefits us. Because it's either it'll potentially close off other options for us, or it will split our time focus too much. This is why I'm like, I'm gonna just put it in the vaults, because I don't think we've got the time for actively working on that one. Actually, you know what? Let's put some into demolition. Fuck it. Less people alive, less things to focus on. Exactly. Well, I'm not gonna bother if she's gonna waste my fucking time like that. Is it demolition and military I did, right? So she doesn't want to talk to me. So I'm not gonna get anything out of her. What about you? Need the support of my electors formally there. Will you pledge my loyalty? Elections are not for a while. I don't want to wear anyone's badge at this point. Is there anything I can offer that would make you change your mind? Offer me? Like what? I don't know. I could undergo a trial to prove my worthiness, seek the favor of gods, bring you a rare dragon-flunked merchandise, take your spouse on to dancing. Whatever would help you to determine if your interests are aligned so that you could be convinced I am the best choice for your empress. You know, there is something I've always wanted to do. I want to fire a spaceship pulse laser. You want to blast space dust in the rings of Pahin? No. Too dangerous. Might set off a cascade and hit a moon, especially since I'm not, you know, trained at all. I want to blow up something big, but you'll have to teach me how. Gives me some idea at least. You can't tell how you feel. Cool. Negotiate. Need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? But the elector is not now. The voting happens at the election, doesn't it? These two don't understand anything about politics. You have to speak plainly. You don't have an all night. This is that's when the votes are counted, but you can agree to assign your vote ahead of time. Why would we do that? Well, if you've made up your mind already, then making a formal pledge of loyalty means that the other factions will stop calling on you. Also, this is when you have the chance to talk to me personally and privately in order to negotiate. Ah, so electors ask for what they want in exchange for giving you their votes. That is the pledge. But what if you don't win? What happens to the promise then? Well, that's why people generally ask for something they can do right now, rather than something only the Empress can do. A gift, maybe. A favor. Some action to show my intentions. A challenge to prove my strength, or show my favor of the gods. Is there something that you want? Something that would make it clear to you that I am the best choice for the Empress? They look at each other. Give us a split. It cuts the connection. You wait impatiently. After a while, the couple reconnects. Can you retrieve classified data? What? Information from restricted Imperial databases. Can you get data without raising alarms, or leaving a trail, or telling anyone about it? Secretly accessing classified information? That could have Imperial security implications. If you're caught hacking around in the restricted information, could the scandal damage your chances of the election? And what do they want the data for anyway? They're electors. They should already have fairly high level access. Surely top level secret stuff is dangerous. What sort of data? Development in ultra low gravity environments. Can you be more specific? No. Anything you can find. But it has to stay quiet if you want our vote. Find out whatever you can, bring it to us. I close the connection. That's a good idea. Can't tell you how you feel about you. Okay. Before I do anything, let's quick save and see what happens if I try and just do that right now. So I do have operations kind of high up there. Get cracking. You sit down in your private terminal, begin with various programs, easily access public but that's obviously not what you there's bound to be something internal extra long. Unfortunately, after several wasted hours, you're forced to admit that you don't know. You can try again later. Let's just get this. Political nature. The consortium of Thrak technology companies which depend self-governing community on the largest amount of survivors. Proposal is requesting any action on your part, merely putting out feelers to see if you might support the idea. They don't maintain permanent populations. One of the moons established a provisional government and would be the first step towards declaring a separate entity entitled to an elector. The others would likely follow suit. Reply favorably. I'm gonna dump 2 into layout. Okay, I'm now gonna save again. I'm gonna see if this is enough to get through the hacking. Truly secret systems can't be accessed remotely, not even by the Emperor. Even every branch of the government has multiple offices within the Heavenly Palace. Hidden somewhere among these are the secure network terminals and hard crystal reports that are only available to trained few. From your terminal, you can pull the public records about staffing thing, and overlay information you can have about the is pinned down and most likely access points. With that in mind, which branch of the government will you target? It's too risky to go after all of them, and you know precisely what they want. They might refuse to honor the bargain if you can't provide any useful information. And probably wouldn't be interested in anything commercial, besides that kind of thing isn't really secretive. They're obviously going for all kinds of data about low-gravity experiments in the science labs, but there are a lot of labs and a lot of staff on duty at all hours. Considering what happened with your father's experiment, the science department will want to help you for your own protection. You can get the information, but it will be hard to do it secretly. Alien species have nothing to do with the Imperial low-gravity development, so you don't need to look there. The military does train in low-gravity environments. There might be top-secret techniques or weapon development available, but that sort of data definitely is going to be under guard. And it's really a good idea to give military secrets to a pair of Estrazi nobles in a sector that barely even qualifies as backwater. Whose data will you attempt to access? Science. There's no such thing as an off-shift for the science section, at least not as a whole. There will always be someone somewhere hard at work, at least, and on their latest project, while certain labs might be shut down for the night. Reaching them would be requiring passing open eyes. It's possible for you to disguise yourself as another scientist. You are the Imperial Princess. Everyone knows you by sight. Your very skin would give you away. Scientists often engage in sharing the latest discoveries. Perhaps you can encourage them to give you your information without realizing that you floated fishing for it. Off your way. You don your sharpest tiara and a robe trimmed with black feathers and sweep down to the side section, looking every inch the Imperial Princess. With a mixture of polite protocol and passionate purpose, you convince the department secretary that you require a full tour right now. You're escorted through the lab after lab, greeted by scientists who are ultra bright-eyed with excitement or trying to hide their yawns after their emergency summoning. Each team falls over themselves to describe what they've been working on and how it will advance the Empire. It's actually educational. We got some points in science, let's go! Even if you can't follow all the details, you're getting some valuable insight into the current process. That might be possible. At last, after a baffling discussion on pterocyclimic modular scaffolding, you strike pay. Jesus Christ, trying to say some of this stuff. Oh, I apologize. Alright, there are research doing something with focus on gravitic pulse beams, which can theoretically be used to push and pull objects if it works at scale. It'll probably be interesting to the regions, but how will you get the actual data on it? All eyes are on you, and you can't just snatch the tablets out of their hands. You're forced to carry on the tour, smiling and nodding discovery, while keeping the backwards path focus on your mind. As you near the end, you excuse yourself, pleading a sudden urge to visit the bathroom, and promising that you can find them on your own. You've plotted the perfect course so that you can take a fast line to the washrooms and still pass by the lab entrance en route. You're lucky the occupants have gone for the moment. They must have stepped out after your session moved past. They snatched up you smashed breaking your stride and continuing the facilities. Once inside, you relieve yourself. Why do I need to know that? And tuck the stolen device away under your cape, out of sight before scuttling back to your quarters. Why do I even need to know that happened? That's unnecessary. After you rearrange your hair so you can pass over your findings. Arrive at the place and hang you have the data right here. I didn't want to transmit anything in open. Secret after all. Extremely important foreshadowing. Yes, the princess went to the toilet, and during that time while she was peeing, someone in the stall next to her noticed that she was peeing, so they didn't think she was lying. I don't fucking know. You pass over what you found. So do I over here? It will take time to examine this. We made a bargain. They looked at each other. Yes, we have made a bargain. We will vote for you in the election, as long as there is valid data. What do you mean by valid? They're now going to blame you for not finding whatever it is They refuse to tell you what they were looking for in the first place. Data, not garbage. Not random noise, not pictures of hollow idols. It would certainly have been a lot less work to collect random nonsense. I'm certain the printer would not attempt to cheat us. You should not always be certain in bargains. In politics, it can be extremely dangerous to assume that all your partners are bargaining in good faith, but in the case of this election is still in the future, it'd be foolish for you to play tricks. Having proper P etiquette will greatly affect the voting results. Dude, if I saw a fucking thing turn up during that time, I'd have lost my shit. It's like etiquette, fucking you go to the bathroom, I'm like, what? I don't even know everything that I found, but I did my best for you, and I hope that it will not be disappointed. Thank you. Yes, thank you. They have pledged to vote for me. Yay! What was her quest again? I can't I was shooting something. Go on a space adventure. Let's fly. Look and see. You sweep your arm in the direction of a small Imperial flyer. It's bronze flame sweeping back from around it like a miniature comet. Is that big enough to have weapons? Of course it has weapons. You get better weaponry for the size of small craft like this because they're more maneuverable. A full carrier ship or a space station will have photon cannons for defense, but they have to be all mounted all over to cover the approaches, so the power is split. A little ship like this can spin around to target more precisely and focus a full reactor's energy in one place. That's why any battleship needs a squadron. Come on board. Fire up the thrusters and blast in the local space. Want to take a circle around here for the view? No, we shouldn't. We should go further out. I mean, we need to be at a safe distance before we start blasting anything. Can we go see what's called Cloud? It's a vaguely mouth-shaped gas ring that orbits the Hero Star. It's kind of pretty, and also marked as a Class 1 space hazard. Too dangerous to approach, no one will fly there. You could you could get close enough for a nice view. Chibidoka is from the system, after all, she must know the hazards. Agree to fly there, fuck it. Take a few hours, but there's no warp point anywhere near. Of course, considering the scale of the stellar phenomenon, you can see the shape of it clearly long before it's anywhere nearby. It really does resemble an open mouth with nebulous fangs pointing into its center. It sits beside you in the cockpit, staring at the cloud of fascination. Is this close enough? Oh, definitely. It continues to stare down that deadly throat. It's pretty amazing, isn't it? If it can swallow enough matter, then someday it could birth a whole planet, a new world born from acid and dust and bones. Okay. Alright then, that's sun. Gotcha! But not your bones, not today. Are we going to do the shooting here? No, we should turn back for a bit, just to be safe. Better not have the hungry mouth hanging over you. After you reach a suitable remote area, you press a button to launch a simple target buoy. It hangs relatively motionless in space ahead of you. Beacons flashing. Helpful. Here I am. Data back to the flyer. Okay, there you go. Blast away. Never handled a ship before. Where do I put my hands? Where do I press? Right here. You indicate the relevant controls, presses the button, and a brilliant flash shoots away from the flyer, missing the buoy completely. Okay. Now how do I hit it? You can manually adjust the targeting like this. Bring up a display and show how to move the reticle around to control where a blast would go when fired. The next attempt successfully lights up the buoy, causing it to explode into glittering pieces. Cool! But that's too slow to line up with a moving target, isn't it? How do I zap something that's trying to evade me? I'm not sure, actually. I've never been in a combat scenario. She pouts. You promised to show me how to fight with space lasers. Actually, I didn't promise anything about fighting at all. You asked me to let you fire lasers, and I did. I said I wanted to blow something up, something big. And that little blinky boyo is not something big. Well, I'm not going to let you blow up a whole ship for no reason. I mean, that makes sense, but at the same time, it is what I asked for. If you can't do that, then I don't think I can pledge my vote. I'll think about it and make up my mind at the election. I suppose that's fair. Do you want us to shoot some more lasers before we head back? Yes! You can't tell how she feels about you. Bitch, what? I let you go out and shoot some shit and you fucking have the audacity to turn around and... Fuck off! I'm actually kind of upset by that. Nah, you fucking what? Oh, you didn't tell me how to blow up a fucking cruiser? How dare you? Bitch, you never asked! I need to eat something to just like... It doesn't help that I'm hangry, okay? I swear to God, woman, if I come back to this region and I find out you voted for someone else, I'm burning your planet to the ground. I can tell you that with fucking certainty. The violence you will receive from me is something you cannot comprehend. Again, received a diplomat. Oh yeah, so this is about the brother. Which we're not gonna interact with. What a fucking asshole. I wanted to blow up something big. Well, I'm sorry. What an entitled fucking asshole. Seriously. That's it, we're learning fucking big guns and I'm gonna blow up a planet. Alright, innermost world of the hero system, blah blah blah. Can you tell that I'm actually like angry though? Like I'm like more upset about this than I very much should be. I'm actually grouchy. That's what I get for not eating, dinner. Pain. I didn't do shit, actually. What did I eat yesterday? I ate breakfast yesterday, which was basically the same as what I'm eating right now, which is like a few handfuls of fucking Nutri-Grain. Literally got a cereal box in my room that I just scoop out of to eat at the moment. It's done me well this week so far, though. It's not very filling. That's the thing that I'm the most upset by. No, your Imperial Highness, it's such a pleasure to meet you. Alright. Doesn't try to pinch your cheeks in it. Thank you. I will be seeing more of you at parties while you're in the sector. We have to manufacture much of our own entertainment. Gotta go nap and get ready to do a delivery at work. Literally had to stay after hours, load a truck. Yikes. I hope you're getting fucking paid for the after hours. As long as you're paid for the after hours, it's a little bit more acceptable, but it's still kind of fucked up. Look, Devil, at least you're doing better than me. I don't get paid except for porn. Which, by the way, hope y'all enjoyed that little post I did over in the Discord yesterday. Pretty sure I posted the new thing. Yeah, I did. Again, to explain that one, a bunch of people saw the other stuff I did and were like, hey, could you do Doki X-Men? And I'm like, sure, but I'm not doing it fully because I'm not getting paid for it. I'm just gonna do like a little quick doodle thing for it, and I did. And that's what I did, resulted with. And if you're gonna ask me show on stream, anyone that's actually seen it can understand why I cannot show that on stream. It was actually real funny. There's an artist that I talk with on a semi-regular basis that's quite prolific in a few communities anyway. But we were talking about it, and they're actually, like, we were joking because they draw really cute stuff, and they're really good at it, and I'm like, I actually wanted to draw cute stuff, and he's like, yeah, well, I wanted to draw horny stuff, but I can't draw horny stuff. And I'm like, can we swap? Basically, there was a joke we were making of we'll train the other person to do the other thing. They'll train me to do cutesy, and I'll train them to do horny. Because apparently I'm good at horny art. I don't fucking know why. I think I'm very far from that section, but hey. Like giving a reaction or writing a joke under it, but I decided not to in the case it felt weird to do so. I mean, that's fair. I ain't gonna just blame you for that. I'm just gonna say I don't care either way. Also, how much do you charge for a drawing? Depends on the drawing. Do you want just a sketch? Then I can do that for like... Okay. This is where I give like a moment. When it comes to pixel art, I'm very cheap. I do cheap pixel art. I think I think that's on the Ko-fi page, right? Save for work? See, that's the thing. I'm not good. Okay, this is the fucked up thing. Not actually that great at save for work content anymore. Drawing it normally like that. That's the wild thing. But it 100% is down to like, what do you want out of it? Is it a character? Do you want a pose? Stuff like that. Because each of those start adding up to what is the difference, right? If you have an idea, like this is what I normally say with people, it's like, if you've got what you want in mind, tell me what you want, and I will tell you the price in response. Or, what I've also said is, tell me what you want, tell me roughly how much you think you've got to work with for money on that idea, and we'll negotiate. Because I like negotiating it around. I don't like having set prices. Because it also gives me room for long-term, never having a set price so people don't come in expecting, oh, this is only going to be $10, this is only going to be $50, this is only going to be $100 sort of thing. I'll say this now, if I was to do that Doki art, like fully finish up the draft of it, I would probably be charging like $40, $50 for that. I'll say that. But that's like, it would get cleaned up and finished. Currently, it's it's like still draft format. If you wanted a higher quality res thing, then I'd probably do, again, it's balancing it around that. But I think the pixel art pricing's kind of a good example, right? Because where's the pixel art? Give me a sec. Log into Ko-fi and see. Cause I think, like, it's very cheap over there. My page. If I say it's very cheap, it's probably $10 for character sprites. I'll give you an idea to base off. I kind of gauge it by time, admittedly. Like my own time spent. If I spend like a couple of days on it, then it needs to be worth that time, right? It is income. I need to stop eating, but I'm hungry. What sort of entertainment? Oh, many things. Card and board games. In particular, I always enjoy a thrilling competition. Board games are the ones that children play. What? Oh my god, does she play Magic the Gathering? Trying to take control, you're taking control of the Empire. I'm not certain that I'll have time for that, but I'll keep it in mind. Oh, you're a precious creature. I mustn't monopolize you now. I'll be sure to have many I'm sure you'll have many introductions to make, but please call on me later. I'd love to hear more about you. Makes a strange low curtsy to you, spreading her arms wide and crossing her legs, and then bending her knees until she's almost kneeling on the floor. You've never seen anyone do that before and aren't sure how to respond. You fire rank a minor elector and are not obligated to respond. You are nod graciously and allow her to withdraw. The apprentice is hungry. I could go grab... You know what? I'll be back in a quick second. I want to go grab 2 slices of cheese. I want something to eat that's actually gonna, like, give me a little bit of substance. I'll be back in a quick second. I have cheese. Ah! I'm in here. My hair's falling in my face. I don't like get from not tying it off. Why are all our galactic policies based on children's card games? Dude, I would. Vote for me for president of the world. I'll decide every governmentary policy based on a game, like a children's card game. I'll literally be if Kaiba became president. Seto Kaiba. Oh, damn. Hello. Hello, lovely woman. When your eyes meet hers, she raises her hand, to her face as if startled, then puts on a bright smile and walks directly over to you.
Your Imperial Highness, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. Please accept my condolences about your father.
Thank you.
He was such a powerful man. I regret never having the chance to know him better. But it just goes to show you have to seize opportunities when you can. In a place like this, we often have to manufacture our own opportunities.
The Elector of Cornwall said something similar.
Oh, she did she?
For some reason, she appeared to find this extremely funny.
Some people really do. Some people love to play the game, but they don't realize how easy they can be outmatched by someone younger and faster. Which I suppose means I should keep an eye on you, out for you, doesn't it?
What's she trying to imply? What game is she playing? I wanted to flirt with her, but I know I don't have the stats. Ah! Look forward to getting to know both of you better, though, through gameplay or otherwise. Perhaps we will all be able to share strategies. Your voice is perfectly neutral and polite, insinuating nothing, which appears to confuse her. She stares at you for a moment, waiting for more reaction, but you keep your face still. At last she smiles, letting manners take over.
Yes, I look forward to that as well, Your Highness. Please call on me when your schedule permits. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement.
Yes, we'll talk later. She nods and walks away, angling her path to accidentally bump into a man in an expensive suit as she goes. Did she just fucking steal from someone? Shaking your head, you look around for the final of the 3 electors you need to meet. The last one, feathered figure, detaches itself from the crowd and makes its way over to you. It's not particularly tall, and its feathers are faded with age, and it moves slowly. Hi, and bye, I guess. Yeah. I look over and I just see hi, bye. Alright.
A breeze stirs and the skies lighten at your presence, Imperial Princess Zorana. From the heart of our home, we send warmth and welcome unto you. I who greet you am known in your tongue as rippling eternity.
It is a pleasure to meet you. It raises one clawed talon.
A meeting is a beginning. Many lifetimes ago, your ancestors and mine met for the first time upon the surface of a world both near and far from where we stand now, and the stars were carried in their arms. Even the ancient callers, those who led their flocks in wisdom, could not have imagined that eyes in the dark were watching from the limitless voids of space. It was the Voyager known as High Peak who was the first to spot a light growing in the sky. A light which in time descended and take shape into a great and gleaming figure.
This sounds like he is gearing up to tell you an entire epic of the hero people based on around the first contact of the Celestial Empire. That could take a while, especially in such an old and quavering voice. Recite a poem? You hope to hurry this tale to its end by summing up the point, whatever it might be, a grand poetic stroke. And all wings would beat as one, as can we all must be, to rise above the setting sun and the stars to be free. The Elector stares at you, falling silent. It's a poem I learned to recite in school, representing the unity of Heru Prime upon their admission to the Celestial Empire.
I see.
Come to think of it, was that poem actually written by a hero? Oh well, at least it shows that you were thinking about the subject. Thank you for your words of wisdom. I hope we can speak again later.
I'm certain that we will.
With that, you're, extract yourself and continue around the room smiling. At the assortment, sort of dignitaries, much remains to be done before you have any chance of claiming the throne. You can't let Rippling Eternity claim all your time. Alright. Well, let's stay put. Just the usual pile of dispersion updates. Has been sent a reminder that the Mongolia major religious festival, including blood sacrifice, will take place on 24th. Oh, I need to just go there now, right? Will I have the time to get there? I need to be there on the 24th turn. What's our map looking like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I land on it on time. If I just go immediately. I could put a little bit into science to try and fix that. I mean, a large glassy sphere, something like an orb, that the Uzuga sent to you, except that there was nothing inside it except darkness. You looked into the sphere and you fell inside of it somehow, becoming lost in an endless black. You cried out for help and you felt something in your hands, not a sphere anymore, but a crystal. Smooth and faced and hauntingly familiar, like a precious possession lost since childhood. Slowly, a light began to grow within the crystal. You could see your hands, but they were ghostly pale, almost translucent. And then, you knew what you had to do. You held up the crystal, the radiance streamed from your fingers, banishing the dark. Freed at last, you flew up into the sky, and you woke up. Does that feel important somehow? You wave the lights on and go to your computer to send a message to someone who might understand.
Zorana, how funny. I was just thinking about you.
You're explaining your dream and what feeling.
A vision! You're so lucky!
I'm not sure it was a vision. Maybe just a memory. Do you remember me owning something of important crystal?
I wish. I love crystals.
Maybe your dream was about being Crystal Novian. Hi, how am I doing today? I'm alive. That's all that matters. I'm having fun with the game as well.
Maybe it's a sign that you should investigate your heritage more.
Was always wants to learn more about the other galactic cultures, especially Crystal Nova.
Or maybe it was more spiritual
kind of dream. Will you find your hidden strength if you venture alone into the dark night of the soul? How will I do that?
I don't know. It's your soul journey. You'll have to do it yourself. Trapped alone in terror and suffered until your wings unfurl and you gain the power to destroy the world.
Doing horrible? That sucks to hear. It's very strange ideas sometimes.
Well, thank you for your help. Call me anytime. It's always happy to talk about your dreams.
Probably was just a dream. Well, I am here for our turn of social stuff. Okay, let's go through this quickly. I kind of want to see if I can just get you a position. In exchange for your elective, I'm going to give you a role. I'm not interested. What? Do not wish to leave role, and it concerns the greater empire, not mine. This is my home, these are my people, and the only reason I remain in politics is to protect their welfare. It is a foolish teacher who considers himself an expert in all things, after gaining knowledge of only one. Consider a matter of my own vanity that I do not wish to be labelled such a fool. No desire to act. I must decline. Damn. Okay, can I just reload then? I go deaf because I have 6 huskies having a tantrum. Okay, that... You know what? Fair. Yeah, just Doggo is just going wild. Gotta kind of love that. Do you think Jade would, like, say yes if I said, you don't fuck? Wanna smash? Because I said no for a walk, drama queens. They're huskies. That's like 90% of their, like, personality is drama queen, if I recall correctly. To be fair, I do still like them. They're very pretty dogs. And then they're part wolves. I mean, all are in a sense, but yeah. It's because they're, I'm trying to remember the thing for, I admittedly am not very competent when it comes to dog breeds and the knowledge around that. But I assume it's probably because of, like, heritage stuff and how they are, because I'm pretty sure they're a bit of a pack focus. Like, they're definitely more of a sociable one, which is why they also tend to be a lot louder, and I think they also tend to be jumpy. I think that's one of the breed traits. I know cats better than I know dogs. I apologize. I'm gonna fucking... Look like the reaction you're expecting. Use reactions because we both benefit. I gain your support and you gain a title and lavish lifestyle. But dreadfully naive. She rolls her head in an odd motion, crackling sounds coming from her spine. Non-American. I am not even old world Thraken. I am the head of a small operation, the hero Backwater, a window that of a poisonous reputation. Marrying me could cost you more support than you gain. If you see the dangers, then your chance of becoming empress is slim to none. Oh, that's harsh. Fine, you're right. I deserve better. Damn. That's kind of rough. I'll just see what I can negotiate then with all of them. I don't see any reason to make promise. I haven't made up my mind. Why should I? I'm not particularly invested in this election. I have no reason to care. You ought to care. In fact, whomsoever happens to win this little contest and claim the Grand Celestial Throne, I doubt they'll be coming back to the sector for the next 5 Vims. You might be right about that. I make up my mind when it suits me, not before. Okay, well, I'm definitely not going to talk to you then. You're a fucking asshole. Oh. Admittedly, I have actually, going back to the dogs talk, right? I have been thinking about getting a dog. Like, realistically, I'm someone that naturally goes for walks fairly frequently. And it might be good to have, like, a companion around that is also trained to help me out when something medically goes wrong. I just don't know what enough at this stage to do, like, how I would approach that, nor do I think I've just got, like, the right everything going on to support something like that. What about negotiating with you? Would you negotiate with me? Winter has always been a difficult time in the northern steppes. Prey animals find food scarce in the cold. Many hide themselves away to sleep. Others take on protective coloration to hide. When prey becomes difficult to find, this brings a perilous choice for hunters. Should they work together and increase the chances that one of the group might find some scrap of food, and yet, divided among many, a scrap might as well be nothing, and then there would be no benefit. If each works alone, then most will be unsuccessful, but the one who has the greatest luck could receive a full meal. The obvious compromise is to work in small bands, 3 to 5 being the most common numbers for young and unmated hunters who have no offspring to care for. As it happens, a group of 3 friends on a hunt together had a great fortune to encounter the tracks of a char which must have ventured out of hibernation. By the size of the poor prince, it was an enormous beast, more than enough to feed all 3 hunters and leave meat left over. Even a young solo hunter has a family and friends beyond itself. Should the extra be shared? Or, if so, with whom and how much should the hunters keep it stored for themselves? Did each of them deserve the same share, or should an extra portion be granted for the one who first spotted the tracks, or the one who would strike the fatal blow? After much debate and discussion, the 3 friends at last arrived at a sensible agreement that pleased all parties. With their future arranged, they set out to slaughter the char. Alas, when they followed the footprints to the end, they found no animal, and all of their planning was wasted. If the hunters hadn't spent so long pointlessly debating, they could have captured their prey before it escaped. Well then, let's not waste time. Tell me what you want, and we can move forward right away. Tilts its head, apparently not expecting this response. Everyone wants something in politics. What can I do that would make a difference and show that I am the best candidate to lead the Empire? Silent for a moment. The Imperial Comitia is a marvelous masterpiece of cooperation and diplomacy, where desperate voices from across the Empire can all have input into governance as a whole. The College of Electors guarantees that all citizens of the Empire are connected to the future ruler through their electors' vote. That is what brings you here. However, not all populations are equally represented. A private mining operation or a single research station has the same electoral vote as an entire planet, but a tiny fraction of the population. It is true that stations of the drug sector are laughably tiny when compared against the population of even a minor colony like Relat. One might as well assign an elector to every small town. It's not really sure why this minor outpost raided electors of their own, or is probably a faction power grasp. There are political and historical reasons why the College of Electors was designed the way it is. No one's going to abolish it now. Do not seek to have it abolished, only a feather upon the scales. Hero Prime is the only ancestral homeworld with only 2 electoral votes. To redress the balance for the honor of my people, this is my request, to grant a 3rd electoral position to Hero Prime. That's not something I have the power to do right now. No skill that you can learn would allow you to single-handedly change the structure of government, not while you're the heir to the throne. After all, the candidate could pick and choose the electors. That would make this entire process a lot simpler for you, as long as you were the one doing the picking. Anyway, it's not allowed. The Imperial Princess cannot. The Empress, however, could issue a decree. For this benefit, there must be guarantees. Will you publicly commit to seeking a 3rd electoral seat for Hero Prime? Ooh, I see what he's doing. Ooh, that would certainly win approval from Hero, but the rest of the Empire might object. How are you supposed to make a public commitment anyway? Ask what public means. What do you mean by public? A reception on Hero Prime, announcing the policy to my celestial ministry, agreeing with anyone who asks me about it? Delta said quizzically. I expect you would issue a proclamation of your position. It is an official thing that the government does. You don't know how that works. He's not going to take a private promise. I know you want me to make a public pledge, however, if I do that, it'll hurt my chances for winning the election, which would make that pledge worthless in the end. We can sign papers privately to show that we made this agreement, and I can have them imperially sealed, which You'd have proof of your claim, then, once I'm impressed, we can announce. An agreement is not an action. I will not bargain for the share in the future that may never come. A little unfair, isn't it? Agreeing to vote for your elector is also a promise for the future. There would be consequences for breaking such a promise. This is theoretically possible. It's rippling eternally expects you to trust this promise, but won't trust you in return. Yeah, so I'm forced to refuse commitment because I don't think. That is your decision. As you might expect, that also means I cannot edit this out. It's because I have nothing in media that I can't do that. Then let's just see what she wants, if we can even talk with her. Sounds like she wants something. I want you to join me and my husband for a friendly little game. Be careful of planning cooperation, betrayal, but of course that would never happen. Okay, so she wants to play like Civ or something. Let's go. I'll play fucking Settlers of Catan, I'll kick your ass. I very rarely lose that game for a good reason. Alright, well, this is the only thing we can do, so let's go do this quest. Ooh, this is cool. Gaming room, large painted board laid out in front of you. Whoops. Decorated galactic ship lines, fictional ones, of course. Apparently the game requires at least 6 players, so the elector has invited friends to fill out the board. You believe that you met briefly at the reception, but you certainly don't know them well, an unfair advantage. The name of the game is Galactic Statesmanship. Every player is assigned a starting planet and some resources, including military ones. Beyond that, you will need to capture supply centers and use actions to build your forces. At the end of a turn, you may spend resources to keep your forces supplied, or you lose them. If you ran out of resources, you are out of the game. At the beginning of each turn, you negotiate with other players, publicly or privately, to decide what actions you want to take. You can form any alliances you like for the greater good. Then, you secretly write down what actions— Oh my god, is this fucking, Oh, I'm blanking on the name of that fucking game. I know this. This is it's a goddamn World War II game. I know this board game. Because it's basically you can decide if you want to support or bounce or all these things. I'm trying to fucking remember it. You don't have to do anything that you promised that you would, but if you betray your allies, they won't trust you later. There are no dice, no random chances. It comes down to actions you choose and how much support you'll have at each location. Yeah, like this is literally, this is a war thing. This is a war game. I remember this game. I can't remember the name of it. Fucking Valfisk has played it a few times though. I love how I Google Valfisk and it comes up video game developer. I mean, it's not wrong. He is technically a video game developer. I would not put that as his main one. Diplomacy. Yeah, this is Diplomacy. That's what this game is. So you have to think ahead of all of the other players in order to win. You can either try to work with allies until you find a good time to betray them, or you can work alone and hope no one pays attention to you. Okay, so Diplomacy is a very hard game. You have to have allyship. However, you need to be willing to betray them at a moment's notice for a beneficial thing. This is why I'm not quite liking that this is the only 2 options, by the way, is because, like, there should be, like, 70 options here. There are so many game pattern plays to how Diplomacy is played, because certain factions have so many advantages on how to approach this. Because keep in mind as well, what kind of happens is... So you have supply points, and these is how you have the things. You need to get enough supply points to win. But you have to be careful with allyship, because allyship can just straight up backstab you. So I'm gonna go with allies, but accept that I'm gonna probably have to backstab very quickly. Best way to work with others, the dynamic you establish from the start will have a major impact on how the strategy unfolds. You want to position yourself as a leader, someone else, others should follow. Do you want to position yourself as a leader, and that will make it easier to manipulate players into taking actions that would benefit you in the long run, but leaders always draw fire. Do you want to see as a loyal follower? That makes it easier for people to underestimate you and be surprised when you finally turn on them, but you may have to weaken yourself in order to keep their trust. Follower. Just moves, of course. It's up to you whether you follow her orders. Damn. Do the orders. Trade partner. The moves are revealed. Your partner moves onto your home turf, clearly having hoped to steal it for herself after sending you away. Since you held your ground, you were more powerful and you destroyed her faction. Fortunately, you lost troops in the battle, so your overall standing hasn't improved much. The game continues. Will you stick with your strategy and change direction? I'm gonna stay out of everyone's way. I don't have the stats for this, damn. Which means that your forces continue to dwindle. Better luck next time. I'm gonna see how many options I have here to fuck around with. I'm gonna try leader this time. Be inspiring. Damn. Okay, so we stick with the follower route. We betray the partner. Launch a solo attack. Okay, we lose no matter what, it seems. I have to move. Let's see how you address the situation. What's the situation? Regards to the question of inheritance. Oh, it's this one. What options do I even get with this one? With my current stats? I don't have the stats for this one. Keeps the title. In the social turn. The victims suffer intense fevers and lose lesions. It may also affect individuals of multiple races. Information of the incubation periods, mortality rates, method of transmission. Okay. Yep, that's what I wanted. I just wanted that science pushover so we can jump twice. And this is guaranteed. Cool. They've been broadcast, but they unfortunately met with resistance. They don't believe you. Damn. Anyway. The case has now been reported outside. We have a pandemic on our hands. Okay. Particularly the rumor about poor hygiene practices among hero being responsible, which is soaking in racial tension. Damn. That's kind of shit. Of course, but you're not your actual home. But your home at this point, you have so many properties. Xenia is not high ranked enough to be granted automatic admission to the ceremony, but she might have been lucky enough to win a ticket from the public district thing. She gets overly excited about bloodletting sometimes. You're just the strangest dream. You're holding the large glassy sphere, so expect there was nothing except the darkness. Didn't we already have this? I feel like that event already happened. Triumphed, reversing the symptoms. It'll take some time to track down the affected, but recruitment, worst crisis behind us. Communicating the disappointment that you did not rendezvous with the thing. More important things to worry about. It's too bad for their captive, but they're only one person, the whole empire to protect. Yeah, well, it's also our fucking brother was being an ass, so you know. Do this. Big guns and operations. If you change your mind about joining the thing, no. Okay. I wanted to see. I was curious as to whether I could negotiate with him or not. Leave no trace, cure rate is extremely high. Gotta love it. I'm gonna do these two. Along with the many dignitaries and devout, you have found your way into the bliss shadows on the sacred night of the rites of Agnagolia. Here, an imperative auspice will be sought from the gods to provide blessings for the Empire. While many ritual sacrifices take place throughout the calendar cycle, most are handled by lesser sacra. Only the pinned festival does the High Pontifex get her own hands bloody. The scene involves descriptions of animal sacrifice. Would you like to skip the details? It won't affect her status. Okay, I appreciate the developers for this, by the way. 100%, this is actually how games should handle this stuff most of the time. Because realistically, unless you, like, it's fucked up. We're gonna proceed, because I want to see it, but we'll probably skip it in the future. Alright, proceed. Scarrow walks down the aisles carrying some thuribles of incense. Others carrying black iron cages which contain a number of captive birds. The flock is reared together on the grounds of the temple. fed and cared for since hatching for this purpose. Until now, they have all received the same treatment. Before the ceremony, each one is distinguished by a leg band marked the sigils that represent different deities and aspects. These bands last only a few days before falling into dust. Any bird which escapes death tonight will become anonymous again, freed from divine purpose. The High Pontifex, meanwhile, waits beside the altar, on a perch still hooded, waits to train the stellar hawk. Unlike Tempest, no part of this animal is enhanced by technology. It's only 3 times the size. It's also 3 times the size of your own pet, and its talons could rip through your throat as if it were angry enough. Heavenly scented smoke swirls from the sensors. Your eyes begin to itch, and you blink rapidly. The caged birds are even more agitated, rattling their feathers and screeching in distress. It's a gesture from the High Pontifex. The cages are flung open, and the birds take wing, whirling over the heads of the congregation and up to the oculus, where the light of the Andro beckons them to freedom. The stellar hawk's hood is removed. Its eyes glitter with malicious delight before it launches itself into the pursuit of its prey. Good lord, okay. While the hawk hunts, the Scar move among the crowd, striking the hands and arms of the faithful with beading strings. Pain is integral to the Angolia. Scream! In time, the hawk returns, plump, captive, trembling in its claws. The hunter has been trained to bring back its ritual prey still alive. Death is for the High Pontifex to grant. She takes the sacrifice into her hands, squeezes its neck to keep it helpless, while she reads out the name inscribed upon the leg band. Gamagun. With a black knife, she slices its throat, cutting through the arteries so that the blood begins to flow into a copper chalice. The doomed bird struggles, splattering droplets to stain the altar cloth below. The Skara raise their voices in discordant chorus, their screams mimicking the sounds of pain and terror as the bird's life drains away. The target captured was dedicated to Gamagun, the goddess of secret wisdom, prophecy, and regret, whose secrets will influence the Empire, whose regrets. When the chalice is filled, the Skara march past to dip their fingers in the blood, and then stroke those fingers across the foreheads of the faithful. The ceremony goes on for what seems like hours. You're meant to keep standing, giving your devout attention to every word the Pontifex speaks. You're tired, but your faith sustains you. But in the end, the Pontifex recites her interpretation of the omen, which is so couched in symbolic language that it's possible to make sense of. She concludes with the usual blessing for the glory of the Empire, and at last you are free to go. You, unlike the sacrificial birds, can escape with no predator pursuing you in the night. You make a public showing, and that will matter to some people. There's no point in interacting with anyone there. Let's go to Thraxis. I've heard from the Heavenly Palace that there was a discussion among the medical community about the source of the outbreaks. Rumors suggest the possibility the contagion may have actively been a biological weapon. So we've come across this before. Alright. Put a little bit into rhetoric. Put a little bit into wrestling. Checking messages to see what happened with the rumors. It was a clear and sensible statement explaining that it was nothing more. For some reason, people who were already paranoid took your statement as that there was nothing to hide and claimed that it was proof that you're hiding something. Yay! I was gonna ask you a question, but now I can't stop sneezing. Oh, God, I hate that feeling. That I'm glad that I'm someone that's like one of the 3 sneeze people. Where like, you know how everyone has like a set amount of sneezes that they'll typically do in succession? 3 sneezes is normally my capping point. Anything more than that and my body's actually going to probably fall apart. Alright, let's go and see what we've got to do here. So there's only one person that even wants to talk to us, probably. Because the other 2 are already by the other thing. Okay. Damn. You sneeze a lot too? I mean, when I'm sick, I'm normally pretty good otherwise. I don't have any advisors, this is rough. Nah, you forgot your question. Ah, it happens. I understand. And, we'll be hosting a performance. Oh yeah, the musical. I need to... I'm not gonna get anything done for that musical. Let's do etiquette and thing. The question was, what kind of avatar do you have? What do you mean the model? The VTuber model. Is that what you're asking about? I mean, what is it specifically that you're interested in when it comes to that? Because, like, this is a pre-done model that I bought from a location. There's actually a link in the YouTube description, or a thing for the person that made it, that you'd be able to find them from. Like, there's a free version of it, and then there's a non-free version of it. I have the non-free version, which just gives you a couple more extra things. Like being able to put the fuck cat ears on it, which we did. You know what, I'm gonna turn that off finally. I did it yesterday as a joke, and then I left it on, and I'm lazy. Ah, cool, so none of these people want to talk to me, though. Which is kind of annoying. But other than that, like, I use... Can you repeat that? So this is a pre-made model that is public, that someone else made. There is a link in... there's a thing in the description of the YouTube video, the YouTube stream for it. And simply there's 2 versions of it. There's a free version and a paid for version. And I do not claim anything on it. I just got the paid for version. Recent-ish. I used the free version for a long time. But other than that, it's just using VTube Studio and my phone. I enjoy it. I did it purely as an experiment in a sense to see how I'd feel with VTubing. And I have left it for the longest time. So you're like a cat? No, it's just a person. just a dude in a jumper with a bag. That's it. It has toggles. I've got a dog ears as well. I just left the cat ears on from yesterday. I've used this model for like 8-something months. That was the first time we did anything like that for long term. It was funny. But no, it's no grander thing than that, and nor do I really... I've not got any huge reasons to care for any greater. I'm happy with the model, and I enjoy it. Not gonna lie, my brother, you sound like you're from Australia, so I'll take that as a mild insult because I'm from New Zealand and we don't like the Australians. We're over the ditch from Australia. The Australians are a lot more nasally than us. We're normally a little bit more, how to best describe it? There's a bit more of a rolling kind of gravel noise to the bottom of what we say here in New Zealand. My bad. No, I mean, it's a humorous rivalry. So it's something that's like lost very much in translation to other countries, but we hate each other, but we love each other. It's what happens when you have your neighbor. It's your only fucking neighbor. Most people move over to Oz anyway, because New Zealand's economy is fucking trash by comparison. It's just they keep stealing our shit and then trying to claim it was theirs the whole time. Like fucking Pavlova was from New Zealand, how dare. They tried to even steal Farlap, the assholes. So we didn't know it was like offended. No, it's again humorously offended. It is 100% one of those things where it's just like, yeah, nah, they're assholes, and they'll say we're assholes as well. Actually, we'd call each other something else, but I'm not allowed to say that on most of the platforms. I have actually gone over to Oz once for a weekend. It was quite nice. Very hot, though. Stayed in Sydney the whole time. But it was, yeah. Mum's from New Zealand? Oh, nice! Yeah, New Zealand's a fun place. It's got its problems, but, you know, what country doesn't? But yeah, nah, I also, one of the traits New Zealanders have with speaking, and I have to work really hard on it for stream, is to not talk fast, because we naturally talk a lot faster. Like we're one of the, it's weird to explain it, but like New Zealanders tend to speak English faster on average than other English-speaking countries. That's also because we tend to reduce the vowel noises a lot. And we use schwas instead of ers. So the ER noise tends to get turned into an A-ish kind of noise. And there, I still need to get used to the food. The food's, yeah, I can understand that. I mean, I'm used to the food, but that's because I've lived here a number of decades. But yeah, no, it's good times. I mean, I know a lot of people struggle with stuff like Marmite, Nutri, like that sort of stuff, which is real funny because I get people not liking Marmite, but like, my lord, I used to, as a kid, I would get my bread, I'd layer that stuff with some table spread, and then I would just like have a thick layer of Marmite on top of that stuff. I don't think I could survive doing that now though. Like, there's so much yeast and salt in there that it will just probably make me drop dead on the spot. Every member of the committee performs a valuable service to our empire. If you held such a position, then you held my father's trust, no doubt about it. Yes, your Imperial Highness, I mean, I wish I'd known him better. Sometimes I talk fast too. I mean, it's an effort that I make with streaming where I talk slower because I know people that tune in might not also be native English speakers, or they might not have enough experience with English speaking that they'll be able to keep up. But admittedly, if I do get more on the excitable side, that tends to fall through because I tend to stop tracking myself quite as much. It's a trait that I developed while doing public speaking a lot, because then you have to kind of attribute to, you have to work to the easiest entry point for everyone, right? Well, that's a common wish. Look forward to speaking to you again. I wonder if he likes me better because I kind of stood up to him there. He normally doesn't like me. Let's see what we get for votes out of these two. No immediate things. Funny one. There's a rumor that someone saw your father in disguise as a member of the state opera company. Even if the emperor were somehow alive, you can't picture him as a humble musician. Besides, you met the opera company. Well, some shady company selling unlicensed fashion dolls that look suspiciously like you. Why not? I don't understand fast talk, but I get excited I talk fast. I think that's the case for most people. Yeah, like, I think that's the case with most people, especially if you're speaking in your more native tongue, right? Like, I could speak, there's just no benefit to me speaking fast, most of the time. Also, because I've done, like, so much work for public speaking and being and getting an education degree, I kind of am attuned to public speaking and teaching. So I try and find the easiest way to do stuff. You make note of that, check quality. Oh, and a message from Vastly. Well, not really a message, just a picture. He sent pretty flowers and a reminder to be kind to yourself. Particular flowers are generally associated with sympathy and support, particularly after the loss of a loved one. But, this would have been the Jubilee if your father was still here. Oh yeah, this would have been the father's Jubilee. That's sad about it, anyone, but it was kind of Vastly thinks of you. That's nice. So yeah, it had been the father's birthday. Except I took the birthday away from him. We celebrated it for ourselves. I don't know what direction I want to be going down with stuff at this stage. Right? Like, let's try this out. Get a little bit more military going, because we're not going to get the Admiral. Before I do anything here, I'm going to be naughty and do a quick, like a save. I know there's a hotkey for quick saving, I'm just lazy. Because I think she wants me to go do... Yeah, it's wrestling. We could try the wrestling. I do have some stats that are relative to it, just not many. You shot it down to the something you have to yourself. Once you subdue it with bees, you can signal for the flyer. Okay, so that was terrible. Oops, that was the wrong one to load. What if you wanted a cabinet position? I've always wanted to be able to claim residence in the Heavenly Palace. What position did you have in mind? Which one? See, this is where I'm like, I really hate that this is going to become a memory game. Because, like, it'll be figuring out which one's the best ones for the characters and stuff. And there's so much to test out. Commerce. 40. It could have been better. Okay. Now that we've got her, I'm going to save again. We're going to interact with this guy. No. You may be the daughter, but so far you not show as promise, and I have no reason to commit myself. Perhaps. What do you want? A leader will be enough to understand the politics, not need to answer that question. Okay. What an asshole. What if I offer you a cabinet position? What position are you offering me? Law. 40. Not too bad. Cool, that's my 2 votes from here. I am still behind, though, in votes. Oh, shit. Wait. What just happened? The first warning something was wrong is when you see the guard in front of you suddenly whirl in place, pointing his ray gun in your direction. And by that point, it's too late. I just get fucking shot. Alright. Ah, shit. How much do I care? Because I could just not do that, right? What did I run previously? I did, like, strength and ray guns. Strength and military, I think. Let's just do double ray gun and see if I survive that. Do everything the exact same. So, off cabinet position. Commerce. Whoop. Ooh, that's too far back. Okay, there we go. Offer cabinet position is what I tried to click on. Go with secretive this time and we just don't get shot. Let's go straight to Mal. See what we get out of that. Rogue geneticist has been discovered attempting to raise a crop on his own, of his own clone, 7 children, all identical copies of themselves, and their progenitor. Clone children by law must be created with a certain amount of external genes to ensure variation. It's partly for reasons of public health and diversity, and partly because of the thorny identity issues when a person is created to be a replica of another. It's not illegal to be a clone, of course. That would have unfortunate implications for natural occurring identical twins. The crime is deliberately creating children this way. Genesis has been arrested and will not be allowed to retain custody of the children. The Empire will assume responsibility, so they are assigned new guardians. The question, therefore, is, should they be brought up together or separately? Are they all the same age? No, the eldest was created alone and the others in batches of 3. The youngest batch was still in their first 5 and the other 4 are old enough for schooling. 7 young children, it's quite a lot to expect any family to take under once, and the only way to keep them together might be an institution. Triplets are very rare, but not unheard of. It might be possible for a group of 3 to pass as natural children. More than that, though, and anyone who saw them would exactly know what they were. With their parent gone, the children are their own family. Would keeping them together in a kindness or... split by age group probably makes the most sense to me. 7 is too many, but it would be cruel to separate brothers who are born together. Send them to 3 different families split by age. I'll inform the committee of your opinion. You have received word for the High Pontifex. She is seeking guidance from the gods to determine the most auspicious date for the formal election process. There should be an announcement soon. Oh boy. Do one more in operations, and do one in ray guns. Alright, let's do the Mal thing. Do I have... I don't have visual arts is the problem. And engineering, I have... I want to try doing the vision enhancers. Hey! Wire somewhere. You carefully detach and rewire some special lenses so they can be placed in a more decorative housing. Fortunately, the frames you can manage set to and look so silly. You sense subtle sarcasm. Good on her. This is a serious event. I would not call this a party, Madame Elector. We are all here for many purposes, making new connections, strengthening old alliances, and, I'm sure, revisiting some rivalries as well. More importantly, we are here to learn about each other and to advance the good of the Empire. Refreshments and entertainment are secondary. Though, of course, the staff have created an exquisite setting, the Heavenly Palace would expect nothing less. Quite. The Imperial family is always quite welcomed when they visit our sector in search of knowledge and enlightenment. And, which is easy enough to understand, the Mao are very proud of their connections to the spiritual realm. I look forward to visiting the Blind Moon. It will be my first time. May your eyes be opened. If you'll excuse me. Oh yeah, it's this guy, Toolist! Accept graciously. Don't worry about it. No, I haven't. Stay with Toothless. Okay, you balance a large pile of clothing in front of you as you maneuver through the halls. You can entirely see what's going on. Wait, what? Triggers the door necessary. Having a tune that won't get out of your head, you walk into the closet and bend down to deposit your burden. Something shoves you from behind. Not something, someone. There's a hand on the back of your head pushing your face into the fabric, and a knee pressing into your back, making it difficult to breathe. Someone's trying to smother you. There must be guards in the hall, but you didn't want them staring over your shoulder while you're organizing your things. You wanted privacy, and you let yourself vulnerable. They must be nearby. Try to scream, but the pile of clothing's in the air is muffled. You don't do something, you'll suffer a slow, humiliating death in one of your own closets. You are carrying a knife, but can you wield it from this position? You're in a bad position, but it's not over yet. You've got an escape this. Okay, let's try this. Damn. Okay. Let's go through this, go with that again, because I kind of like the idea of trying. Just go through the same options as last time. Stab your assailant. You sneak your hand along your trapped body, drawing your knife while not revealing to your attacker they're doing anything other than screaming for freedom. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to stab someone you can't see while pinned down for but it's slash out of your hand before you can do much damage. Damn. I think this is just I need to avoid this scenario because I don't think I'm getting through that. Ooh? Wait, what? Okay. So I'm not gonna bother with anything substantial there. I'm just not gonna interact with that scenario. And go back to what I originally planned, which was these two. Just clicking so fucking fast at this point. Oh, okay, I'm fucked. I kind of think I'm screwed. Because I'm not going to get through wrestling. What were the other options again? Okay, so we've got... No, wait. So, we've got strength wrestling, we've got blade contortion, and we've got dramatic and body control. I actually think taking the strength wrestling approach is the best. The question is, what distribution do we need there? Because, let's see, if I do this, this goes to 30, so blade and contortion. The contortion's not enough, though. What was the other one that I died at? It was reflexes, right? Which I'm actually more surprised at. Stealth and reflexes. I need reflexes expert? That's not probably happening. And stealth student. We could try stealth student. No, okay. I think I'm fucked. So I think we're just gonna go to title from there, and we'll call it there for today. There's still we got much further than we have a few other times, and we learnt quite a bit there. It seems the further you get into the game, though, the more assassination attempts start turning up. Which was really rough, I'm not gonna lie. So I need way more defensive stats. Like, you need way more protection there than I was expecting. Again, it's one of those ones where I think the only real way to really continue on with this game more is to start noting down the results of everything and start piecing this puzzle together instead of playing out with feelers. Because what I'm doing at this stage is I'm keep sending out feelers to see what directions I can go. That's why I go backwards a little bit. But, like, the changes that need to happen to how a playthrough needs to be done to tune it correctly, to get an ending, is starting to... This is feeling a lot harder than Long Live the Queen. It's feeling significantly harder. And I'm not against that, it's just, it is a learning curve and a half. And I have to figure out how I'm going to approach that. I'm enjoying it, though. I really am enjoying it. It's very fun. I mean, overall, again, to just kind of reiterate where my thoughts are on the game at the moment, I loved Long Live the Queen. I'm enjoying this a lot. This gives me a lot of... This is a much more updated and expanded upon concept like that, which does lead to its being more complex and much grander, but it also does kind of mean that the characters have a little less weight than before, since there is so many characters that you're interacting with on such a highly regular basis. It makes it a little bit harder to track everything down, keep everything in mind. And I feel like this game's going to become a much more spreadsheet-orientated one by comparison. With much more, like, hard, like, more restrictive, solvable answers. Because I feel like before, you could kind of get to endings a little bit more, like, once you got 1 or 2 endings under your belt, you were fine. You could pretty much do the game. This one feels a little harder for that. And I'm not sure if that's on... also, the runs feel way longer. Admittedly. I think that's another thing that I've been noticing is the run feels significantly longer because there's so many more choices going on. I don't know. It's... I think I want to know certain stats more. And I want to see, like, the web of what results in what one of these days. But with that being the case, though, I think we're going to call it here for today. It's been a solid 4 hours, and a failure of runs like that's kind of fun. I do one day hope that we can get the badges and like have a library of all of the deaths that we've had. That's one of the things I'm excited for, because I want to collect all the deaths again. But I think that's all. So, once again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.